nearly 2,200 students have left these regional schools for academies. I would like the Minister of Education to tell us why lateral transfer has been prohibited. How come in a country where transfer from regional to academies is officially approved, but transfer from regional to another regional school is not deemed acceptable? Why vacancies in a few regional secondary schools cannot be filled? What is the rationale behind this? Has the ministry undertaken any survey to help how low-performing secondary schools should improve? Has the ministry planned an inquiry to look at how the outbreak of COVID-19 is affecting all aspects of education sector and children's social care system, and will scrutinize how the educational sector is dealing with the situation? Has any attempt been made to examine both the short-term impacts, such as the effects of school closures and exam cancellations, as well as the long-term implications, particularly for the most vulnerable children? Mr. Speaker, sir, let me briefly refer to the technical and vocational education and training sector, as mentioned in the budget, which is planning the setting up of an Institute of Technical Education and Technology, ITET. Can we know how many new training courses will the ITET provide? New training courses, which are not being provided so far. How will these new courses answer to the new needs of the labor market by the ITET? But what about the human resources? We need clarifications on this issue. It concerns the future of those staff members working in different capacities in the institutions which will henceforth be managed by the ITET. Why introduce the ITET when MITD is already conducting vocational training? Additional training tasks could have easily been assigned to the MITD without any problem. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we look at the system of education today, we ask ourselves one question. Is it better today than it was in the past? Oh, there is that beautiful saying. Or was it better when it was worse? Many observers decry the system of education that we have for its relentless decline in its quality. More and more parents are opting for private, fee-paying schools rather than public ones. Why? Most of them feel, and rightly so, that their kids will get better education in private, fee-paying schools. And here, I would like, again, to refer to the former Minister of Education, Honorable Suivez Bigadou, who in Le Défi, 24 September 2015, he already had said, le projet de Nanya Schooling est mal parti, et il part maintenant. Et Suivez Bigadou est d'avis que le système proposé maintient la pression exercée sur les élèves par l'examen du Certificate of Primary Education, qui est néanmoins reporté en grade 9 et accentue aussi la pression sur les élèves entre les grades 6 et grade 9. En fait, le CPE ne sera pas aboli et changera de nom, déplore l'ancien ministre de l'Éducation. Et si vous allez voir, vous allez regarder la photo, est assise à côté du ministre notre chère collègue honorable Dorine Chakaoui à l'époque. Elle est, oui.
Don't embarrass me.
We need, at the end, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are in a season of vaccination. We need to vaccinate our system of education against the inability of this government to implement policy decisions effectively. To end, let me refer to John Kennedy, who said, let us think of education as the means of developing our greatest abilities. Because in each of us, there is a private hope and dream, which when fulfilled, can be translated into benefit for everyone. and greater strength for our nation. God bless all the children of this country. God bless Mauritius. Thank you, sir.
I really appreciate the silence from both sides of the House and accept the same thing for Honorable Kalichan.
Speaker, sir, let me start by saying that the title Better Together and the philosophy of this budget are in line with the spirit with which late Sani Jagannath made this country what it is today. Credit goes to him, and may his soul rest in peace. Since the beginning of the budgetary debate, every member who has intervened before me took the time to elaborate on the difficulties which we have been experiencing since last year. The pandemic has caused unprecedented disruption to both supply and demand in the world, and Mauritius has not been spared. Measures announced in the last Friday by my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Finance, Economic Development, are meant to achieve recovery, revival, and resilience. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to ILO, it is estimated that around 114 million jobs were lost in 2020 alone, and it is projected that in 2021 there would be a continued loss in employment corresponding to 90 million full-time jobs. Unfortunately, Mauritius has known the same fate. 2 years running, our economy has suffered from severe contraction, which have impacted on the labour market, leading to an increase in the unemployment rate from 6.7% in 2019 to 9.2% in 2020. The validity of these figures have been accepted by the international institutions such as the World Bank and IMF. Mr. Speaker, sir, the figures compiled at the level of my ministry show that last year, in 2020, 8,439 people lost their jobs for economic reasons related to COVID. Further, 9,166 have been dismissed for non-economic reasons. So, the year 2020, 17,605 redundancies were recorded at my ministry. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to clarify some points regarding the figures of unemployment raised by some members of the opposition in this August Assembly since the very beginning of the debate. I have listened attentively, in particular, to the explanation of Honourable the Leader of the Opposition and Honourable Shakil Mohammed, who said that this government is skewing the numbers. It seems that these honourable members are obsessed with the figure of 100,000 unemployed. This number is like a stain they want to put on the back of the government. I would like to reiterate here that the figure 100,000 unemployed was given by the Minister of Finance, Dr. Padeachi, last year when he was asked about the possible consequences of economic crisis due to COVID on employment. He replied, I quote, "Potentially we could end up with 100,000 unemployed," unquote. I am minded here to say that he, like other economic observers, were forecasting the worst scenario. Under the given circumstances, we simply could not sleep on our laurels and do nothing about it. We had to act. That is why in the last budget, we introduced poll measures specifically to avoid the worst. In reality, this government did everything that was required under the circumstances to protect as many jobs as possible. Amongst others, non-conventional measures such as wage assistance scheme and self-employed assistance scheme were introduced to relieve workers from the dread of being laid off. Like it or not, people in the tourism sector have been paid their salary up to an amount of 25,000 rupees. This is exceptional, and I can't recall of any other African countries which have done the same. And we are not stopping here. We will continue to pay the salary of the workers in the tourism sector till the end of September 2021. Today, we can take pride in having successfully kept the mass unemployment at bay, thus avoiding a social crisis. Mr. Speaker, sir, the House will recall that for a continuous period during the Labour-led government, recruitment in the public sector was almost freezed. Instead of substantive and pensionable positions, people were unfortunately being offered merely temporary jobs as a result of poor policy making. I take pride to say that this government, since assuming office, has given prominence to the filling of vacancies in the public sector through the permanent recruitment of persons at all levels. It is now announced the government will recruit a significant number of persons in the public sector soon. Now I come to this figure of 100,000 unemployment, as mentioned by some members of the opposition. As announced, the number of unemployed is 52,200, which is equivalent to 9.2%, which Statistics Mauritius computed in its yearly household survey. According to the members on the other side of the House, the figure of 52,200 should have been added to the figure of 42,000, those falling in the category of potential unemployment, in order to obtain the real figure of unemployment, which according to them should have been oscillated around their magic figure of 100,000 unemployed. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me remind them that according to ILO, unemployment is defined as someone who is available for work and actively looking for a job as compared to potential labor force, which refer to a person in unemployment and who is not actively looking for a job. Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, logic would dictate that had it been the case as showcased by the opposition, statistics of Mauritius would have taken into account this particular fact, and it goes without saying that the unemployment rate would have been estimated much above 9.2%. Therefore, the wrong interpretation of the official stats by a former Minister of Finance and a former Minister of Labour is wrong in principle, and it amounts to casting doubt on the integrity of the Office of Statistics Mauritius, which compute unemployment rate according to international standard, taking into consideration, for example, indicators on International Labour Organization conventions. Actually, I would say that they have been astounded by the fact that we have been able to contain the unemployment rate and thus prevailing a social crisis, although the economic indicators are in the red. Mr. Speaker, sir, having said so, unemployment remains a major concern for us, and new policies and ideas are becoming necessary. Hence, to be in line with those needs, we introduced in 2017 the National Employment Act, which made provision for the setting up of a National Employment Department. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must admit that there has been a delay in the implementation of this project due to the fact that capacity building of the staff by Pôle emploi was ongoing and the restructuring exercise was in process of being completed. The new department will have as objective to collect and analyze data on any employment-related matter in order to address the needs of the labour market, including skills mismatch, underemployment, unemployment, and future employment prospects, and to anticipate future needs and expectation of job seekers and employers. The NED will also provide for a modern e-platform posting of vacancies by employers as well as registration and placement of job seekers. Amongst other new service delivery, there will be counselling, meeting with employers, close-up follow to empower job seekers to join the labour market. Here, I would like to thank the cooperation of the French authorities and the government of France and Pôle emploi for their technical support in that respect. The National Employment Act also provides for the setting up of a National Employment Advisory Committee. The main functions of the committee will be to advise on employment policies and strategies, employment opportunities, both local and overseas, training and placement scheme, and most importantly, linkages between the education and training system and the workplace. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused massive economic, social shock due to business interruption and shutdown, thus questioning our livelihood, training, and skills development ecosystem. As such, this pandemic has put to the fore the importance of skills strategy that is also structurally responsive to external shocks, as well as being flexible enough to accommodate dynamic demands and growing unemployment. The strategy will attempt to address the existing structural challenges in our skills development ecosystem. My ministry is finalizing the National Skills Development Strategy 2021-2025, which will provide a basis to bring about changes across the system. This strategy has been developed with the technical assistance of the AFD to provide for an overreaching strategic framework to further promote skills development, bearing in mind the current and upcoming challenges. An action plan has been developed to enact the strategy with the collaboration of the key stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Education and our institutions. The strategy articulates around three main clusters, namely improving skills system effectiveness, tackling skills imbalances, and strengthening the educational and training system to prepare and empower our youth for the future. Our ministry has been nimble to act prompt and within the economic recovery program. Realizing the urgency to tackle job losses and reskilling, the government is reinforcing investment in the national training and reskilling system. To improve the efficacy of the scheme, MITD has been given added responsibility to implement the targeted sectors of the NTRS, where it has training capabilities. We have started implementing the National Training and Reskilling Scheme, targeting some 6,000 unemployed persons to be trained in the field, including construction, manufacturing, logistics, ICT, BPO, agro-industry, renewable energy, and circular economy for a duration up to 6 months, as announced previously. Participants will be eligible to a training stipend of 10,575 rupees. Under the scheme, 25 projects have already been approved for training, and more than 2,000 unemployed people have been earmarked. The project span across sectors I just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, sir, many employers are having economic difficulties to sustain their workforce, and as such, they can benefit from the employability scheme of my ministry. We will facilitate the participation of employers by integrating the employability scheme on a single platform for the exchange of information. Due to the effect of COVID-19, the number of private employers who are facing financial constraints and willing to benefit from the youth employment program has tremendously increased. Since the launching of YEP in 2013 up to May 2021, I can say that some 23,981 youth have been placed, and out of 39,738 registered. And today, 95% of those who have completed their one-year placement have been employed due to their employability skills acquired during their placement. The extension of another year, as announced in the budget speech, for some 2,250 trainees will be a boost up for the program. As you are aware, the unemployment rate amongst women is high. Study shows that women have been employed in traditional sectors like agriculture, textile, and services. Statistics have shown that during the years, there have been a drop in women employment in those sectors. There are other sectors where women can be employed and also be an entrepreneur in fields like hairdressing, beautician, among others. Through the Back to Work program, my ministry is providing tailor-made courses for these women so that they can meet the demand in the program. Here, I welcome the increase of the monthly stipend to from 6,000 to 10,575, as this will give them an opportunity to have a stipend which is equal to the national minimum wage. Since the introduction of this program, Mr. Speaker, sir, some 300 employers have participated in it, and 1,325 women have been placed in productive employment. The aim is now to attract more women to be trained and placed in employment in order to curb down the rate of unemployment amongst women. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is also a need to promote labor migration. In this context, my ministry will set up a labor migration unit to look for overseas employment prospects. Monsieur le Président, au paragraphe 91 du budget, il est question d'un nouveau pilier économique basé sur l'énergie verte. Que ce soit avec l'éolien, la biomasse, wave energy ou le solaire, cette nouvelle industrie a un fort potentiel et nécessitera de la main-d'œuvre. Pour garantir que Maurice bénéficie de la transition vers une économie verte, un ensemble d'offres de formation technique doit être mise en place. Alors j'invite le CIB à collaborer avec le HRDC pour mener bien cette initiative. Le MIT appuiera aussi sur cet effort en proposant 2 types de programmes de formation, à savoir technicien en électricité avec cours en énergie durable, technicien en énergie solaire. Ces cours prépareront les stagiaires à travailler sur des projets d'efficacité énergétique et d'énergie renouvelable. Mr. Speaker, sir, the budget 2021-2022 has announced additional measures to complement the ongoing schemes and programs to curb the skills mismatch issues, such as the setting up of the Digital Skills Academy. The HRDC, being under the aegis of our ministry, will be a major collaborator to jointly implement this program. This will dovetail and complement the existing initiatives of digitalization momentum. Furthermore, a national apprenticeship program will be launched for the training of 750 apprentices who will get a monthly stipend of 5,000 rupees plus a traveling allowance of 1,000 rupees. My ministry is also reinvigorating the importance of technical and vocational education training in the skills development landscape of Mauritius. We have mounted vocational courses from low skills up to vocational masters to curb the issue of skills mismatch. Similarly, in line of the strategy of my ministry to reform TVEC, the role of MITD has been heightened to provide training in specific areas and to complement skills development initiatives provided by Polytechnique Mauritius and ITEC. The MITD will be given a different impetus. It will streamline and consolidate its training centers with synergies across trade area and training programs that aim to develop a multi-skilled workforce to meet the need of the industry. Clustering of training centers into regional one would result into economies of scale and resource sharing. Furthermore, the MITD is establishing training schools to cater for the weakest profile of students in the school system. These schools will not aim to cover academic subjects too extensively, but will incorporate basic technical and life skills module to help weaker students access semi-skilled jobs in the economy. The MITD is working in close collaboration with the business sector to ensure training is aligned with the industry need and will continue to play an important part in the skills development of school leavers and unemployed for enhancing their employability in the reskilling and upskilling of those who are not fully employed because of the economic crisis. TVEC, which is an essential instrument for reducing youth employment and also for addressing issues of poverty by empowering the socially and economically disadvantaged population. In order to widen access and enhance employability of the downtrodden one, exceptional measures have been announced. The beneficiaries of SRM will be exempted from examination fee if they are pursuing studies to acquire specific skills at the MITD. Mr. Speaker, sir, the HRDC, which is also implementing National Skills Development Program and graduate training for employment scheme to train unemployed youth and graduates to develop better and match their skills with the demand of enterprises. These two programs comprise two essential components, namely demand-led training and industrial placement. Projects are mounted in such a manner to favor and support prospective employment as they are demand-led. These programs are also contributing to job creation, which is crucial in our current environment. Since its inception, more than 8,000 youth have been trained, and with more than 5,000 of them placed in meaningful employment. The flexibility of such instruments also makes them amenable to support the new economic pillar enunciated in the budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, the requisite of a rapidly changing world of work as a consequence of frenetic digital industrialization, increased automation, coupled with foreseeable occurrences of shocks, for example, COVID, impact of climate change, among others, needed to be tackled by government. We, as a responsible government, is investing in human capital and human capital formation. We are strategically doing so at the structural level through a systematic implementation of the National Skills Development Strategy 2021-2025, and at the operational level through the implementation of the skills development measures enunciated in the budget speech and strengthening of existing ones. Such an approach will help us to address current issues that are subsequent to the pandemic, as well as more medium to long-term ones, and are fundamental to our economic recovery and subsequent economic growth. Right now, we should all be engaged, focused, driven, while being nimble and flexible to adapt the forthcoming hazards. Mr. Speaker, sir, I now come to the measures announced to further protect our workers in line of the philosophy of this government. We are maximizing effort to reinforce the protection of workers in Mauritius. Unfortunately, there are some unscrupulous persons who employ foreign workers without a valid work permit. The number of foreign workers who are today missing, as reported yesterday by the Prime Minister in his PNQ, because they are presumably working illegally elsewhere, is estimated to be around 2,000. We have come up after long-standing consultation with partners from private and public sectors with a set of reforms, including legislative amendments, which is being recommended to overturn this situation. I am therefore reconciling the increase in penalties with the provision of special humanitarian permit for workers who have been victims of ill treatment by their employers in Mauritius. This permit is the first of its kind in Mauritius and will be our best ally in our fight against human trafficking and ill treatment of workers. Monsieur le Président, en tant que ministre du Travail, je suis bien placé pour dire que ce gouvernement qui a fait le plus, qui a le plus accompli en termes de protection des travailleurs, rehausser le niveau de vie de nos concitoyens demeure la priorité gouvernementale. Monsieur le Président, l'arsenal légal mis en place depuis 2019 pour protéger les emplois a été renforcé en 2020. Cette année-ci, nous avons étendu l'interdiction de licencier jusqu'à fin décembre 2021. Un règlement a été préparé en ce sens et publié le samedi 12 juin 2021. Il entrera en vigueur le 1er juillet 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, government also made some major amendments to the Workers' Rights Act so as to harness new measures made necessary or inevitable in the wake of COVID-19. Allow me to elaborate on their significance here. From the main amendments brought under the COVID-19, we had introduced the concept of work from home by way of regulation in September 2020 to provide an opportunity to businesses to continue to operate and protecting employment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the main amendments to be brought to the Workers' Rights Act through the Finance Miscellaneous Provision Bill 2021, which aim at addressing practical hurdles in the proper enforcement of the existing provision of the Workers' Rights Act and further protecting the rights of workers. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Workers' Rights Act will introduce the provision of compromise agreement with a view to protecting workers drawing a salary at a rate not exceeding 607 rupees in a year against abuse by unscrupulous employer. An agreement which is not vetted by the ministry will be deemed to be null and void. However, there has been cases of employers circumventing this provision by resorting to an agreement defined as a transaction under the Civil Code. Currently, workers are being made to sign an agreement unfavorable to them, and the ministry has no jurisdiction to vet such amendments. To prevent such abuse, a provision is being made in the Act so that Article 2044 and 2052 of the Code Civil shall not apply to a worker drawing up to 607 rupees a year. With a view to safeguarding the rights of workers regarding the recovery of unpaid remuneration, the scope of the application of a protective order would be extended to the following situations, namely, where workers are not paid their dues following an order of the Redundancy Board or a judgment of the Industrial Court, and in cases where they do not receive a gratuity on retirement payable under the Portable Retirement Gratuity Fund. It has also been observed in the recent past workers of companies going in insolvency without an order of the Supreme Court were being penalized as they were not entitled to payment of an unpaid remuneration up to an amount of 50,000 rupees as guaranteed by the Wage Guarantee Fund. The proposed amendment will enable workers to obtain their dues under the Work Guarantee Fund account once a company is considered to be insolvent. Moreover, in the case of laid-off workers who are not entitled to the transition and employment benefit since they cannot make the application within the prescribed period of 60 days, although they showed good cause that they were sick and or have sustained injury, with a view to addressing this anomaly, provisions would be made for the entitlement of the transition and employment benefit to these categories of workers. Inquiry has revealed that some employers are making an abuse of the Workfare Program Fund by regularly laying off their workers and re-engaging them on new terms. Thus, the Workfare Program Fund is being used to pay the wages of the workers during the period they have been laid off. A new provision is therefore being introduced, whereby in cases employers would be required to refund the amount of transition and employment benefit paid to these workers to the Workfare Program Fund. It has also been brought to the attention of my ministry that some employers are not complying with the new provision of the Workers' Rights Act regarding the requirement to submit information or document related to a charge against a worker appearing before a disciplinary committee and the minutes of proceeding of that disciplinary committee. It is to be noted that this provision was introduced to ensure that workers are provided with necessary information to defend themselves. Provision are therefore being made so that non-compliance shall constitute an offence, and on conviction, employers would be liable to a fine of 25,000 rupees or a term of imprisonment of 2 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, following the tragic incident at Champ de Mars on 15th of May 2021, which caused the death of a merchant jockey, I have received representations from a group of jockeys in respect to their conditions of employment, more particularly regarding the non-payment of retirement gratuity upon their retirement. It is to be noted that this category of workers is not classified as workers on the standard employment contract or as a typical worker, since they are required to pay an insurance premium. The government has not remained silent to their legitimate qualms. Hence, provision will be made for them to be entitled to a payment of a gratuity under the Portable Retirement Gratuity Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, up to last Friday, 361,000 have had their first dose of vaccine, while 218,000 merchants had already got their 2 doses. Without all the controversies fueled by the opposition, we would have vaccinated many more people. But the government is doing the necessary to achieve its goal, that is, vaccinate as many people as possible, so that all economic activities can restart normally. To this end, it is also of vital importance to ensure that employees work in a safe environment. Hence, the Occupational Safety and Health Division of my ministry has been and is still playing an active role in the prevention of COVID-19 infection at workplace by carrying out regular inspection and investigation into complaints for non-compliance with sanitary protocol and the specific regulation. The OSH division is also conducting national sensitization campaign on the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will now go through some measures concerning the Ministry of Commerce. I'm taking much time because I have 2 ministries, otherwise I would have ended in 30 minutes, and I beg for your indulgence. The minimum shelf space for locally manufactured products in supermarkets will be increased from 10% to 40%. This measure is expected to boost local production by providing an incentive for higher visibility for local products. Yesterday, Honorable Sikan, who is not present today, presented to this House a list of products whose prices have known an increase recently. Concerning increasing prices of commodities, he should know that pricing of most goods in Mauritius are determined and influenced by market forces, though there is also a price control on selected number of products in accordance with the Consumer Protection, Supply and Price Control Act. Monsieur le Président, c'est un fait que l'appréciation du dollar et d'autres devises étrangères vis-à-vis de la roupie se traduit par une augmentation de prix des produits, notamment ceux importés. Cela aussi, l'honorable Sikian doit bien le savoir. Il suffit de demander aux distributeurs qui fournissent des produits au Sikian Supermarket à prix à pipe. Mais imaginez ce qu'aurait été la situation si le gouvernement n'avait pas pris aucune mesure pour introduire le contrôle des prix d'un certain nombre de produits de base, ce que soit durant la première vague ou de la deuxième vague du Covid. Ce gouvernement est intervenu pour s'assurer, d'une part, que le pays est approvisionné et d'autre part, qu'il n'y ait pas des abus. Mr. Speaker, sir, the price of 26 products are controlled under this mechanism. For example, rice, white, brown flour, gas, etc. Monsieur le Président, la Consumer Affairs Unit s'assure que les commerçants travaillent selon les termes prescrits. Les officiers de mon ministère sont sur le terrain et 2 juillet 2020 et au 4 juin 2021, pas moins de 16 388 visites ont été effectuées dans divers commerces. Près de 1300 contraventions ont été dressées pour non-affichage de prix et pour prix abusifs durant la même période. Face à la démagogie de nos adversaires, je tiens à rappeler que dans le budget présenté l'an dernier, le gouvernement avait déjà prévu 2 milliards de subsides pour maintenir le prix de détail du riz et de la farine à leur marché actuel. Le prix de la bonbonne de 12 kg de gaz ménagère a été réduit de 210 à 180 roupies. Nous avons cette année introduit une subside sur les sacs de 25 kg de farine. Une famille fera des économies dorénavant grâce à cette mesure. Dans la lignée du New Normal et face à une augmentation du prix des produits que nous importons, il est souhaitable que les Mauriciens revoient aussi sa manière de consommer. Voyons un peu ce qui se passe ailleurs et inspirons-nous de ces pratiques. Beaucoup de familles ont créé leur propre petit potager. Et à Maurice, rappelons-nous de l'époque quand des milliers de familles élevaient des poules qui leur assuraient de la viande et des œufs. Mon collègue Manish Gobin, en tant que ministre de l'Agriculture, n'a pas cessé de militer dans cette direction. Et c'est une initiative fort louable. Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the House as well as the general public are well aware that the State Trading Corporation has gone through some extremely turbulent times over the past years or so. I do not intend here to go back into the causes of this situation. I am informed that the National Audit Committee has recently completed its audit exercise at the corporation and soon will be providing its finding to the management. The recent judgment of the Privy Council in favor of Betamax has further increased the challenges faced by the corporation. However, as I stated earlier during the PNQ session, the STC will honor its obligation towards Betamax, and although we are still of the opinion that the contract was tailor-made to favor the latter. Mr. Speaker, sir, in these challenging times, I have instructed the management and the board to take all necessary steps to strengthen the resilience of the corporation in the face of immediate emergency, while it strengthens its capabilities and organization flexibility to measure to the forthcoming emerging international and internal environment, which will certainly have an impact on the scope of its future role as a trading arm of the government. We are all aware of the huge disruption which have marketed global trade in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. And as many authorities on the matter seem to agree, these will most likely to have a permanent impact in shaping the new normal post-COVID global trade scenario. We have already witnessed the immediate impact of this situation and how it has negatively affected the movement of ships and cargo in the region. In what is described as rationalization of the routes served by them, the major shipping lines are more and more reticent to visit the small port of small island developing state, such as Mauritius, and are inclined to consolidate and focus on a regional strategy. On the other hand, there is also a rising expectation that the post-COVID era may witness a fundamental change in global trade patterns as countries decide to procure goods and services from sources geographically closer to them. In such a context, there will be a huge potential for substantial increases in South-South trade. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the most underrated achievements of this government over the past years or so has been the unprecedented success of our economic diplomacy, leading to the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement, CEPA, with India, coupled with the free trade agreement with China. Add to this the fact that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, of which Mauritius is a party, has come into force as from the 1st of January this year. And we have a perfect cocktail of opportunities as opposed to a storm of challenges that I have mentioned earlier. To come back to STC, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the wider context in which the corporation will be called upon to constantly adjust its mission and objective, as well as its day-to-day operation, to continue to serve the nation by contributing to consumer welfare, by ensuring the continuous supply of necessities to the population, and creating the conditions for greater competition among economic operators. In conclusion to this chapter concerning STC, allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to share the conviction which has motivated me since I have been entrusted the portfolio of Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection. And I sincerely hope that beyond sheer cynicism and political partisanship, my honorable colleagues will agree that ce qui est mauvais pour la STC est mauvais pour le pays, et ce qui est bon pour la STC est bon pour notre pays. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, because if I continue, I'll take another, I'll say 15 minutes. I have been long enough. So, Monsieur le Président, en conclusion, je dirais que le Premier ministre, Pravin Jagnnath, et le ministre des Finances ont agi avec promptitude quand le besoin s'est fait sentir. La croissance que nous espérons tous pour notre économie d'école à nouveau sera possible que si nous faisons force commune. L'île Maurice doit se remettre au travail. Ensemble du possible, ce n'est plus seulement un slogan de campagne, c'est une nécessité, et ce n'est pas dans cet esprit-là que nous remettrons, et c'est dans cet esprit-là que nous remettrons le pays sur les rails. Let us all join hands together and make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Badal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole pour dire ce que je pense de l'exercice du ministre des Finances pour l'année 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are in the midst of a pandemic. We are at the end of a cycle, of an economic cycle, and we are seeing also the growth of a black economy. And what is needed, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a bold paradigm shift. The members of the government have been commenting on a number of measures, mostly the social ones, on the modernization of the country. I will speak on that a bit later. But when we see, they say that we have painted a very gloomy picture of what Mauritius is. When we say that Mauritius is in a very bad and dark patch. The International Monetary Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, the World Bank, Moody's, the Global Initiative to Combat Organized Crime, VDEM, the FATF, they are not in the opposition. They are not in the opposition. They have done their homework, and they have painted a picture. For example, the World Bank says by using the current crisis as a wake-up call, we must unlock investment, restore competitiveness, mainstream inclusiveness, and do more with less. And it says, but this is not an easy task. The task, Mr. Speaker, sir, belongs to strong, independent institutions with men and women of competence and integrity. In my speech, I will raise this issue of integrity and competence throughout. Un budget, c'est une responsabilité envers la nation, Monsieur le Président, c'est une responsabilité envers l'avenir. Et la première responsabilité du ministre des Finances, c'est de dire la vérité. Dire la vérité, de voir les analyses qui ont été faites par les institutions internationales, par les observateurs économiques, les captains of industry, de nous dire la vérité concernant les chiffres. Nous savons ce qui s'est passé avec les réserves de la Banque de Maurice. Nous savons quel est le protocole exigé maintenant par les institutions internationales concernant le MIC. Nous savons aussi quel est le niveau de l'endettement, 400 milliards. Nous savons aussi que le ministre prévoit un endettement autour de 500 milliards dans les années qui viennent. 70% du PIB, il dit 2030. Nous savons aussi, Monsieur le Président, que nous avons reculé de à peu près 15%, et il annonce une croissance de 9%, ce qui est au-dessus de ce que les observateurs et les institutions internationales ont dit. Et quand on lui a posé la question, mais comment vous allez arriver à ces 9%, il dit, pour demander donc cela, pour qu'on parle de la philosophie, de la rationalité de ce budget, des objectifs, il dit que ma mesure phare, c'est les drains. It is for this reason that I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we need a bold paradigm shift. Because we are at the end of a cycle, sugar is no longer king. Textile is competitive just because of the devaluation, depreciation of the rupee. Tourism is on its knees. ICT is just there. The financial sector, we have this huge issue of FATF and the European Union and the UK listing. And does this budget raise the issue of the emerging sectors? Our resource throughout the years, Mr. Speaker, sir, has been our human capital, le génie mauricien. La capacité du Mauricien à acquérir la technologie, à la maîtriser et de passer d'un stade de développement à un autre. J'ai bien écouté l'honorable Ganga Prasad sur le système d'éducation. C'est clair, notre système d'éducation ne peut pas aujourd'hui fournir les compétences, les skills de demain. Et qu'on continue à mettre en place un système qui ne correspond plus aux exigences de la compétitivité et de la diversification d'aujourd'hui. Mr. Speaker, sir, our human capital is all that we have. And I'm going to raise this issue of unemployment, the issue of redundancy, and we have to see to it how do we hone our new skills, Mr. Speaker, sir. Le ministre a parlé du chiffre de 42 000 personnes qui ne veulent pas travailler ou qui veulent travailler mais n'arrivent pas à trouver du travail ou cherchent du travail mais n'arrivent pas à travailler. il met ça, l'explication qu'il a donnée, c'est la pandémie. Et l'explication qu'il a donnée, c'est que nous sommes en train de faire, la critique qu'il a faite, c'est que nous sommes en train de faire de la démagogie dessus. Mais je pose la question, l'année dernière, c'était 2000. Donc on est passé de 2000 à 42 000. Maintenant, c'est vrai qu'on parle de statistiques, quand on parle de chômage. C'est vrai qu'on parle de pourcentage. Mais derrière chaque chômeur, il y a une famille. La question que je me pose, c'est que comment vivent ces 42 000 familles qui, d'après l'explication, cherchent du travail et n'en trouvent pas, ou en trouvent mais ne peuvent pas travailler. Ça, c'est une question, j'aimerais bien que le ministre nous réponde, parce que c'est une question qui a une portée sociale extrêmement lourde, étant donné la situation actuelle. Now, let me address the issue of redundancy, Mr. Speaker, sir. De novembre 2019 à mars 2000, période préconditionnement, une quinzaine d'entrepreneurs ont fait appel au Redundancy Board, c'est-à-dire ont signifié leur intention de licencier leurs employés. Au total, autour de 300 employés, c'était en période de préconfinement, donc on comptait les 5 premiers mois. Mais de mars 2000, j'ai travaillé ces chiffres, Monsieur le Président, de mars 2000 à mars 2021, les cas ont explosé, des 15 cas en 5 mois, moyenne de 3 cas par mois, on est passé à 230 cas en 15 mois, au total 2900 employés concernés. C'est au Redundancy Board. Le ministre n'a pas parlé de ce phénomène. Et quand demain, maintenant, dans le total de ces 250 cas, autour de 150 concernent la redundancy of workforce, closure of enterprise. Les secteurs sont le secteur manufacturier, le voyage et le tourisme. Demain, quand il n'y aura pas le Wage Assistance Scheme et le Semi-Employed Assistance Scheme, à ce moment-là, il faudra voir qu'est-ce qui va se passer. Parce qu'on est passé, comme je l'ai dit, de 15 cas à 230 cas. Et maintenant, ces cas concernent les entreprises qui ont plus de 15 employés. Donc, ne sont pas comptabilisées dans cette liste les entreprises de moins de 15 employés. Donc, ce qui va se passer, c'est ça ma question. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer dans les mois qui viennent? Concernant le chômage, j'ai évoqué la question de 42 000 emplois. Monsieur le Président, il y avait donc l'obligation de dire la vérité sur les chiffres et il y avait l'obligation d'expliquer qu'est-ce qui va se passer dans les années qui viennent, dans les mois qui viennent concernant l'emploi, concernant l'investissement. Mais avec tous les analyses des institutions internationales, des observateurs, des captains of industry, qui prédisent que nous sommes dans une situation extrêmement incertaine, il y a en toile de fond un chiffre, Monsieur le Président. Et ce chiffre, c'est un trésor de guerre de 122 milliards de roupies qui est disponible pour le ministre des Finances aujourd'hui. Et quand on est en train d'annoncer les mesures sociales, quand on est en train d'annoncer la modernisation de l'infrastructure, quand on est en train de dire tout ce que ce budget propose, la question reste, c'est que le ministre des Finances a 122 milliards de roupies in a war chest, and that is why I'm saying that he could have had a bold paradigm shift to put the country on track for the next decade. Mr. Speaker, sir, il y a eu beaucoup de mesures sociales qui ont été annoncées et on a annoncé aussi les mesures to prevent workers and their families from falling into the trap of poverty et on a applaudi, je pense que c'est une bonne chose. But Mr. Speaker, sir, as a government in a pandemic, our pledge, our priority is to shield the most vulnerable sections of our society. Many say that we are doing it, but we have to do it. If we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? In the budget of 1982, Mr. Speaker, sir, 83, there were three priorities. The first one was to correct the imbalances of the economy, that is the major indicators. Second was to promote investment and create jobs. And the third one, in 1983, was to shield the most vulnerable segments of our society. But this has been there. And if we do not shield the most vulnerable segments of the society in times of pandemic, and we have 122 billion rupees, it's our duty. So when my honorable friends on the other side, they are all the time saying we are doing this, it's a listing of things which have to be done. And they have to be done. We owe it to our nation, we owe it to our people in the times of pandemic. So it's a question of responsibility of a government, Mr. Speaker. And all governments, which a caring government in Mauritius, elsewhere, they are doing it. So we have been doing it over years. There are a number of new schemes, new ideas, which is a good thing. And I hope that these new schemes will be implemented. And as I said, we welcome all the measures taken to prevent workers and their families from falling into the trap of poverty. Because we need to have social stability in the country. And this is a price to pay for social stability. Mr. Speaker, sir, the wage assistance scheme and the self-employed assistance scheme have been extended for the tourism industry. I will say a few words about the industry. But I will make a request to the government. Just like after a surgery, the ventilator has to be switched off slowly to stabilize the patient to recovery. Some form of assistance will have to be given to the sector, that is the tourism sector, and other sectors, depending on how and when the tourism industry is going to be revived. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an extremely sensitive issue. When the scheme is stopped, I know that it costs about 500 billion, and when the industry, we hope, we all wish that the industry is revived. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Minister mentioned about the price issue, le pouvoir d'achat des familles. Nous savons ce qui se passe. L'inflation est un chiffre pour les comptables, pour les ministres, pour les statisticiens. Mais pour la famille, le pouvoir d'achat est une question de survie, Monsieur le Président. Et avec la dépréciation de la roupie, je me pose une question. Je parle à tous ceux qu'on mettrait dans une catégorie de la classe moyenne, qui prévoient d'envoyer un de leurs enfants faire des études secondaires dans les années qui viennent. Comment peut-il aujourd'hui, en fonction de la volatilité, de la parité de la roupie, comment peut-il aujourd'hui faire des économies pour envoyer son enfant faire des études en 2022, 2023, 2024? La roupie sera où? À quel niveau? Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the problem is that most families, we have the median in Mauritius about salaries. I think it's about 16,000 per worker. We know what's happening. Everybody is saying that once I go to the supermarket and then the next week, there is something which is happening. And everybody is bearing the brunt of it. Now, there is something else, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the past, when we were poor, we didn't have the means. We would be happy to have basic ingredients. But today, the children of vulnerable families, they know about Kentucky, they know about fast food, they know that they see it in front of them. So we have a huge problem as regards to the purchasing power of most of the Mauritians. And we have the issue of the poverty trap for those who are already in the low scale. And we have another issue that the middle class finding themselves in a very bad patch, Mr. Speaker. Mes collègues de l'autre côté de la Chambre applaudissent beaucoup quand il s'agit de la modernisation du pays. De la modernisation du pays. Alors, on a mis des milliards et on annonce les projets et on dit que c'est une question de vision. C'est-à-dire, on va faire ceci, on va faire cela. Mais là encore, je vais expliquer ce que c'est qu'une vision. Là encore, c'est une nécessité continue de venir avec des projets pour améliorer la qualité de la vie des Mauriciens, d'améliorer l'environnement des affaires, pour assurer la logistique pour les secteurs productifs. Et les projets doivent continuer. Et on regarde, par exemple, dans les budgets consécutifs, le même projet qui revient parce que le projet n'a pas été réalisé. Je vais dire un mot tout à l'heure sur ce que j'appelle le project management, Mr. Speaker. Alors, le ministre a dit que son projet phare, son mesure phare, c'est les drains. 11 milliards en 3 ans. Alors, je voudrais demander au ministre, il pourra répondre, quel est l'effectif de la Land Drainage Unit pour assurer les drains pendant 3 ans pour 11,17 milliards. Nous avons essayé tout le temps de faire des projets, avancer les projets. And I think I am somebody who like to drive projects. Monsieur le Président, on a annoncé 1500 projets concernant les projets d'infrastructure. Quel est l'effectif de la NDU? Ma question, elle est simple. Il ne faudrait pas que l'année prochaine, on arrive pour dire qu'on avait 3 quelque chose milliards de drains à construire, mais qu'on n'a pas pu gérer ce projet. Alors, c'est très bien de dire qu'il y aura un Land Drainage Unit avec 11 milliards, avec un effectif de quelques techniciens seulement. Who is going to drive the projects, Mr. Speaker, sir? This is an extremely important issue. And I would like to say a few words on the road decongestion program que j'avais piloté et de Urban Terminal de Victoria, parce que je vois qu'on a mis 8 milliards pour les 4 Urban Terminals dans Upper Plaine Williams. Je vois les échangeurs de Phoenix, les autoponts de Suivez, le pont de A1M1 de plus de 300 mètres de long et 100 mètres de haut. À l'époque, on avait imposé 3 critères. Quality of works, no cost overrun, no time overrun. And I would like to know whether this is being done. We see the project, les projets arrivent à maturité. C'est la transformation de l'île Maurice moderne. Nous sommes heureux, j'en suis heureux. Je vois que le ministre pilote les projets, il continue à les piloter. Et les projets sortent de la terre et on voit une autre île Maurice. Je voulais dire un mot sur l'échangeur de Hillcrest. qui sera complété dans les jours qui viennent. Je me souviens des grandes critiques ici, dans la Chambre, concernant la sortie de Saint-Jean et la Louise. Et on avait parlé à l'époque des deux voies du métro et les 2 voies concernant le trafic routier. Et c'est là que j'avais demandé à la RDA de proposer la solution de Hillcrest, c'est-à-dire l'entrée dans 4 bornes sans passer par forcément Saint-Jean. Et demain, avec 1 kilomètre de Hillcrest jusqu'à Hawalouen, le rond-point, on pourra à ce moment-là joindre Emoka et Eben dans le cadre d'une plus grande mobilité. Let me now say one word about the urban terminal, Mr. Speaker. The urban terminal of Victoria is coming up beautifully. It is 5 arpents of land, 600 buses, 1,000 hawkers, but it took 2 years, Mr. Speaker, sir, to bring everybody together and to manage this project. Because it is a project of 2 billion rupees and it will transform the whole of this area with 80,000 people coming every day. But how was this done? Trust, coordination, and competence. And it took 3 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. So when I see the Honourable Minister saying that nous allons avoir 8 milliards d'investissements avec les urban terminals de Vakwa, de Kepip, je le souhaite. La question, c'est la confiance de l'investisseur dans le projet, Monsieur le Président. Et je souhaite, pour les villes dont on a parlé, que ça se réalise. Now, let me now say one thing about vision. Because I heard about this is the vision of the Prime Minister, the vision of government. We are doing this. Vision is something else. In the 1980s, we had the vision to bring the factories to the people, c'est-à-dire les entreprises vers les bassins de main-d'œuvre, ce qui a évité à Port-Louis de devenir ce que Port-Louis est devenu, ce que toutes les capitales deviennent, c'est-à-dire il y a une hypertrophie, toutes les unités de production se trouvent dans la capitale et tout le monde vient de travailler dans la capitale. C'était une vision géniale d'amener l'entreprise à Rochenoir, à La Flora, et faire de l'île Maurice une zone franche. Parce que la zone franche est une question de territorialité et était exclusivement, à ce moment-là, à l'époque, concernée exclusivement à l'époque, Coromandel et Plaine-Maison. This is vision. Another vision, Mr. Speaker, sir, is when you have 50 arpents of land in Eben and you decide that you will make it become a cyber city. You come up with a plan, you go to India, and you come up with 1 billion rupees and Indian technology and expertise. And today, we have what we have in Eben with 20,000 young people working in a cyber island, in a cyber city. This is vision, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this is exactly what we require today. When I speak of a paradigm shift, is a paradigm shift which changes the destiny of a people and the life of generations to come. These are the ideas that we need today, Mr. Speaker, sir. So let me now, so when my honorable friends on the other side of the house, they are saying this is the vision of the Prime Minister, this is the vision of government. We need, the vision would be when tomorrow, l'île Maurice devient un pays phare, incontournable entre l'Asie et l'Afrique. La vision serait quand le port de Port-Louis devient le port incontournable pour tout trafic maritime entre l'Indo-Pacifique, parce qu'on parle de l'Indo-Pacifique maintenant, on ne parle plus de l'océan Indien. La vision serait quand les Mauriciens vont partir dans les pays africains avec leur expertise pour créer des entreprises et amener la richesse à Maurice. C'est de ce genre de vision dont on a besoin, Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui. Now let me just say a few words about the opening of frontiers. Everybody has talked about it. Opening of frontiers, sadly, has been an antagonistic debate between government and the captains of industry in the hotel industry for too long. The opening of frontiers is a national issue. We should open the frontiers for the country. We should open the frontiers for the country, for the nation, for the survival of the tourism industry. We have decided, we have given dates, but then everybody has said it. How can we have opening of borders and expect 650,000 tourists without an efficient, competitive, air Mauritius that is a national carrier? It's impossible. Aujourd'hui, il faut absolument aller vers les marchés, consolider les marchés traditionnels, mais aller chercher les marchés émergents. Je pense à la Corée du Sud, je pense à la Scandinavie, je pense à certaines villes en Allemagne. And this can only be done when the national carrier becomes the engine of that policy. And today what is happening, Mr. Speaker, sir, c'est un véritable désastre. Et nous savons aussi comment ce désastre est venu. Comment on a nommé des gens qui ont fossoyé Air Mauritius, qui ont pris des décisions qu'il ne fallait pas, qu'on a nommé politiquement. Je vais revenir là-dessus, la nomination politique et le rôle des institutions, Monsieur le Président. Alors, l'industrie touristique, il faut la réinventer. C'est l'occasion de le faire. Il faut retrouver les marchés. Il faut reconquérir les marchés traditionnels, les segments qu'on n'avait pas touchés. Il faut revoir le produit. Et il faut le faire dans le dialogue avec tout le monde. J'ai rencontré quelques représentants de compagnies aériennes et je leur ai demandé où vous en êtes. Ils disent on ne sait pas, on ne nous a pas parlé, on apprend les choses par la presse. 650 000 visiteurs, Monsieur le Président, c'est à peu près 2000 vols. En 10 mois, c'est 200 vols par mois, c'est 6 à 7 vols par jour. Qui va venir 6 à 7 vols par jour et des vols remplis? D'où, Monsieur le Président, nous souhaitons que l'industrie touristique reprenne. Parce qu'au-delà de l'industrie que j'appellerais le hardware, l'hôtellerie, le voyage, qui prennent peut-être 70% de cette économie-là, il y a 30% qui irriguent la vie de 50 000 personnes. Le plaisancier, le chauffeur de taxi, le marchand de plage, ceux qui fabriquent, produisent les produits artisanaux. Monsieur le Président, quand, comme on dit, l'éléphant la guerre, l'herbe crasée, au départ, il y avait cet antagonisme entre le monde hôtelier et le gouvernement, et c'était au détriment de tous les petites gens qui, eux, ils attendent la réouverture des frontières. Donc il faut absolument régler le problème de Air Mauritius le plus vite possible. Maintenant, j'ai appris que le Watershed Meeting aura lieu en janvier 2022 et que l'ouverture des frontières est prévue pour le 1er octobre. Deuxième chose, Monsieur le Président, le port. On en a longuement parlé. Notre quintessence géopolitique a été le port, Monsieur le Président, à travers les siècles. Nous avons été sollicités pour le fait que nous nous retrouvons entre deux continents. Et aujourd'hui, on parle de l'Indo-Pacifique. À l'époque, l'Inde et la Chine n'étaient pas les économies émergentes qu'on voit, les géants qu'on voit aujourd'hui. But what has happened to the port, Mr. Speaker? Who controls the port today? Who controls the port today? Who takes orders? Who is running the port, Mr. Speaker, sir? And I'm coming again to this issue of institution. You can't nominate a person who does not have the expertise or the competence to run a fundamental infrastructure like the port. We know what is happening in the port area. And then there's something else, Mr. Speaker, sir. The boats formerly, the ships, numbers were given. I think we talk about 30,000. The ships coaled in Port Louis. Now, they are not coaling in Port Louis anymore. They go to Durban, they go to Cape Town, they go to Madagascar, and they leave the containers there, and another ship carries them to Mauritius. Why? Because the slots which are allocated to ships today, often because of what is happening in the port area, the slots are not regular, and the boats prefer to go straight to South Africa or elsewhere. But il faut revoir le port. And in the new paradigm shift, where we are going to position Mauritius as le pays phare de l'océan Indien, entre les deux continents, the port has an extremely important role to play. Once I said, as regards to the drug problem, we have the pandemic, but drugs are still coming. The airport is closed, so where are they coming? What is the role of the port in all this? On a verrouillé politiquement le port, mais on en a fait une passoire pour la drogue. On a verrouillé politiquement le port, mais on en a fait une passoire pour la drogue, Monsieur le Président. And if we want to have this new paradigm shift, where you'll have better management, efficiency, where we become the port of call, and we become the hub. I've been trying for a whole year to find a ship to connect Mauritius to the east coast of Africa. I will say one word later on our Africa strategy. Nothing has been done. In this paradigm shift, Port Louis has to become one of the engines of growth. Un emploi dans le port entraîne 5 à 6 emplois dans d'autres secteurs, Monsieur le Président. Alors, au lieu d'en faire une plaque tournante et port of call qu'il faut absolument visiter pour les bateaux, on en a fait une plaque tournante pour la drogue. Et aujourd'hui, c'est l'importation et la réexportation de la drogue entre l'Asie, l'Europe et l'Afrique. Tout à l'heure, je vais dire un mot sur le rapport de la Global Initiative to Combat Organized Crime. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that I have spoken about the port, I've spoken about the projects. Let me say something which is extremely important in my mind is about institutions, competence, and integrity, Mr. Speaker, sir. Whatever we do, whatever be the project, however brilliantly it is being delivered, however brilliantly the ideas are, we need the people to drive them. We need the institutions to see to it that good governance and accountability are there, Mr. Speaker, sir. Otherwise, we know what is going to happen. Wastage, corrupt practices, inefficiency, no good quality of works. It's not just saying that a project should be a project is not enough. We need the institutions to see to it that all good governance and accountability are there. Il nous faut une réforme drastique et profonde de nos institutions au niveau de la gouvernance, Mr. Speaker, sir. Therein lies the success of project management and the safeguard of the interests of the people as regards to public funding. We have the National Audit Report. We have a number of cases where we are losing billions. c'est la priorité des priorités dans le New Paradigm Shift, c'est-à-dire des institutions où il y a la bonne gouvernance, l'accountability, il y a la compétence et l'intégrité. And it is high time, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we put the right person at the right place, at the head of our institutions and our projects. And this is one of the weaknesses that we see, ce que j'avais appelé le système cadenassé. Et là, les 2 dernières nominations au port et à la LGSC nous démontrent encore que cette pratique, cette philosophie continue. And it is high time that we have the right person. Nous avons des Mauriciens qui sont brillants. Et pour ce paradigm shift, Monsieur le Président, vous savez ce que je propose? Instead of saying that ma mesure phare, c'est les drains, moi je propose qu'on appelle les meilleurs, les têtes les plus brillantes de Maurice aujourd'hui. Et on leur demande comment sortir de cette crise-là. C'est une crise nationale. C'est une crise nationale qui nous concerne tous, c'est notre avenir, l'avenir de nos enfants. Asseyez-vous, mettez la tête ensemble et proposez-nous comment avoir ce paradigm shift. This is what I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, sir, because often they say, we are just criticizing. Let us take the best brains policy. Other countries do it. How do we get out of the financial services sector? The problem that we have. Let us take the people who know about it. Don't just nominate people at the head of an institution because he's a friend of yours, a close relative of yours, or because he will execute what you ask him to execute. Je demande un changement profond, ce que j'appelle le paradigm shift. Because if you put somebody who cannot manage a project, it is a disaster for the nation. And as I said, it is high time that we put the right person at the right place. And I mentioned the land drainage unit. Who is going to drive the land drainage unit with 3.4 or 3.5 billion every year? Who is going to drive the 12 billion rupee housing problem, housing issue? And what we see, Mr. Speaker, sir, the listing of the budget with the names of all the localities where drain works are to be done was done on a constituency basis from constituency number 1 to constituency number 21. That was in the budget. And we started with that. Something else. We have 12,000 houses to be built. They are going to be built 600 per constituency. I am a town planner, Mr. Speaker, sir. No, you don't have the same availability of land. You don't have the same facilities. You don't have the same demand in each constituency. Then we know that the whole thing, that the 2 main pillars of this budget, that is 11 billion for drains and 12 billion for housing, they are politically oriented, Mr. Speaker, sir. The 12,000 houses, it's an urban issue. It's not having 600 families, because with the 12,000 households, you have to have the schools, you have to have the facilities, and you have to provide them the quality of life, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's not just saying 12,000 maisons and saying that, yes, we will provide the housing facilities for the young couple. This is all right. All the fiscal incentives, this is all right. But it is in the implementation of the project, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, let me come to the financial services, because I would like to say a few words about what I call the black economy.
But I would ask you to conclude, because we've already taken the time allotted to you.
I have finished?
Almost, I think it's over. So I will allow you 5 more minutes to conclude. You're a very resourceful person. You have a lot to say, but unfortunately.
But then, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will, if you allow me, at least this time to say a tribute to Saniro Jagannath. But before that, I will say, voudrais parler du poids de l'économie, the black economy dans notre société. My friend Honorable Duval mentioned horse racing and the bets, 6 billion. With the bets which are illegal betting, I think it's the double. We have had drug seizures to the tune of 6 billion, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we can see how heavy. Vous me mettez dans une situation extrêmement embarrassante, Monsieur le Président. Je suis désolé.
I have been very generous to you. And you know my generosity.
Je suis désolé. Non, parce que... Alors, and black money, corruption money, is entering our mainstream economy, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this is being done avec les ramifications entre l'argent de la drogue, l'argent des paris illégaux et l'argent de la corruption. In October 20, recently, the president of FATF wrote this when they were addressing the issue of money laundering. Even as the world battles COVID-19, criminals and corrupt officials are misappropriating funds and misusing government contracts for personal gain. The damages to our communities, money is flowing out of our economies at precisely the time health services need it most. As long as it remains profitable, corruption will continue. That is why stepping up money laundering is vital to making some sure corruption does not pay. And we are still in the list. We are still in the list of the EU, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we hope that sanctions will be taken by the courts and we will be able to get out of the list. I will, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will end paying a tribute, a few words to Saniro Jagannath. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had great stalwarts from the Bisundayal brothers, Sir Siswa Garam Ghulam, Sir Satkam Boulel, Sir Gaitan Juval, Sir Abdul Rajak Mohammed. We have to stand on their shoulders. We have to be inspired by them. I have learned a lot from Saniro. I know he became angry when I left, but then, some time back, he had said that he held no power anymore to change the course of action of the government. He had the broad shoulders of leadership. He had the eagle's eye to scout competence to deliver because he was an achiever. He had the wisdom to delegate, Mr. Speaker, sir, to his companions and officers and gave them the possibility to give their best. He loved his country and he wanted at all times the betterment of his people, but above all, he was a man of trust, a man of discipline, and a man of rigor. And this is what is the most important thing for me. He was, as Samuel Rowe described in the Commission of Drugs Report 1986, he was a man of uncommon integrity. All this is lacking so sadly today, Mr. Speaker, sir. We can lock the control of power for a few. We can think that the country belongs to us. We can do whatever we like, in particular as regards to public funds.
But now it's no more a tribute. It's a debate politics. Okay. If you have more tribute to pay, I will allow you.
I will just end up, Mr. Speaker. I just end up giving you 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, sir, we not only need a COVID-free country for Mauritius, we need a corruption-free Mauritius. We need a drug-free Mauritius, no. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Your time is over. I'm sorry. I'm suspending the sitting. Please be seated. Honorable Kolandabilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will start, first of all, by watching my time. I've been allotted 38 minutes. I will start by congratulating government for the measures contained in the budget, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, as well all other ministers who have worked very hard together to rise up to what I call the greatest challenge of our generation. One word for the Honourable Minister of Finance. This year has been worse than last year. We had a respite from COVID, but we must concede that we thought that we had been saved. We let our guard down. We stopped wearing masks. We congregated instead of distancing ourselves. We started going back to old habits, social and religious gatherings, and finally the virus struck again. Whole villages had to be cut off. Whole sectors of the economy came to a standstill, and frontiers remained closed. And now we debate our financial situation. I must record the impressive time that has been allotted by the Minister of Finance to listening to key stakeholders. This results in a budget that covers our most critical concerns. I have turned to the estimates, macroeconomic framework, and I see how the Minister of Finance stresses that government revenue has considerably contracted and spending has increased. Expenses for medical equipment and facilities have increased, and government has supported the population with schemes such as the Wage Assistance Scheme and the Self-Employed Assistance Scheme. The figure is staggering when I read it. Between March 2020 and June 2021, these two schemes amount to more than 20 billion rupees, 22 billion rupees. In other words, whilst economic activities, major economic activities, were at a standstill, government has supported the poor, the vulnerable, the workers, self-employed people, and it has maintained social benefits. It has, by these support schemes, prevented massive loss of employment by part financing wages of workers and self-employed. In paragraph 15 of the medium-term macroeconomic framework, we read that the total revenue is estimated at 155.5 billion rupees. That is 7.4 billion rupees less than forecast. And expenditure will be around 180 billion rupees, which results in a budget deficit of about 25 billion rupees. And it is that deficit which will be financing all the social support being provided by government. Now, how do you finance that deficit now? Well, not only governments, families also face that sort of dilemma. Loses his job, he has no income, and even if he has a small vegetable garden, he must run on an overdraft in the hopes of better days to come. And government is the same. Revenue is not enough, so we have the debate that we've had in this House on the public debt. According to the Minister of Finance, our public sector debt is 91%. Economists vary on the figures, but let's say it's 90%, and whatever the exact percentage, everyone agrees that it is too high. I listened to the fourth member for constituency number 1, Grand River Northwest and Port-Louis West, who made an attack on the proportion of that public debt, and so did the second member for constituency number 2. They think, and that is the classical view, that it is an indicator of financial instability. They think that it is bad for us to have a debt running that high. That is an opinion. I don't agree. Whenever there is a catastrophe, you have to borrow. You buy your goods on credit, the shopkeeper gives you credit, and he gets credit from his supplier or whatever it is. And repayment is a burden on your income. Now, I've read an extract, and I'm quoting an extract from the Fiscal Monitor update of the IMF, published in January 2021. The COVID pandemic, says the IMF, has posed a severe challenge to public finances. The contraction in output and ensuing fall in revenues, along with emergency lifelines, boosted government deficits and debts beyond levels recorded during the global financial crisis. So that not even in 2008 did we have that sort of deficit and public debt. It's not only in Mauritius. Mr. Speaker, the global public debt has reached 98% of total GDP. Yes, it looks amazing, and on that score, those who spoke on the public debt on the other side of the House, Honourable Navarre-Marie and Honourable Utim, are right to be concerned. But we cannot look at it in terms of percentage. Zimbabwe has got a debt to GDP ratio of 2.4%. Are we going to say that Zimbabwe is a model of governance and financial stability? Afghanistan has got a debt to GDP ratio of 7.8%. Congo, 16%. They are unstable, financially and politically, and the result is that no one wants to lend them money. Take, on the other hand, France. France has a debt to GDP ratio of 118%. And President Macron has said that he's not going to do anything to reduce the public debt, because he's running on the debt, he's financing projects on this. I read another article in the business edition of the Hindu of India. It's business edition. It was in 23 March 2021. And it reads more or less along the lines that we heard from the two honourable members I cited just now. Classical line run by classical people. The lower the ratio, it says, the healthier is the government's finances. Go and say that to Zimbabwe, since it reflects public debt's potential to create higher value in terms of GDP and hence generate higher revenues which enable the government to repay its liability. But we are no longer in the classical model. The IMF recognizes now that countries need to run up their public debt if they are to support their population. The global view, the global classical view of what government should do is now considered in the context of the pandemic. We have to sustain our population, and money does not fall out of the trees and is not printed, however much the temptation may be high. The Minister of Finance tells us in paragraph 24 of the prelude to the estimates that public debt remains sustainable because of its low cost and risk. What is our savior is that 79% of our public debt is local, which means that our financial institutions have trust in government, and we are borrowing in rupees and repaying in rupees, not in USDs or euros. And in addition, we have to face the Betamax bill. I have noted the tone and the tenor of the PNQ. The judgment of the Privy Council shows that in 2050, which was in contrast with one supplementary question which we heard. The judgment of the Privy Council shows that in 2015, we were facing and we had entered into an ironclad contract designed on purpose to obtain maximum benefits to a very, very small group, not a standard contract. Perhaps if an inquiry is made, the circumstances of that contract will be revealed. This is why there was probably the change of tone between the leader of the opposition and the leader of the Labour Party. The future will tell. The Minister of Commerce gave us certain details. It was what is called a leonine agreement. One party, the government, had given the lion's share to the other party. In law, we know that we are going to comply with the decision of the Privy Council, but we will have to analyze what is behind the whole Betamax affair. But, as we know, the total bill will run to a quarter of the money earmarked to pay social benefits. That is, from the 22 billion, there are 5 billion which will go to Betamax. Now, I come to vaccine. Finance and vaccine today and COVID are inextricably linked. There's a race now. We are engaged in a race to get the maximum vaccination to our population. That is all over the world. I will not get into the debate on pre-orders. The Minister of Health has amply explained why it did not fall in the trap of pre-orders. And many other European countries also did not do this. We are going to purchase vaccine. There is a campaign currently going on, My Body, My Choice. I have no problem with that campaign, although I'm mesmerized by the number of billboards which are put up on this matter. They obviously do not have a problem of debt to GDP ratio. But I'm happy that they have not been able to persuade or to dissuade the population from being vaccinated. The rush for vaccinations has not stopped, and very good for the population and for the country. Of course, I do not deny the basic constitutional right of the protection to one's body and to one's life. But the public interest requires that the state, that government, protects the life of its population from infection by a communicable disease. And if there is one which is extremely nasty, it is that virus. Our Constitution is clear. Laws can be passed to curtail the right of people to refuse to vaccinate. It is not an absolute right. And we have not made vaccination compulsory. But you won't be able to enter a school. You won't be able to enter a bus, a school bus, if you are not vaccinated, because or else you run the risk of spreading contagious disease to our children. I have read, and I'm sure many of us have read, a very interesting article by Judge Boulel, former Supreme Court Judge Boulel. He analyzes, and it is good that he has been able to find this old decision 10 years ago. The European Court of Human Rights had a case to deal with vaccines. The European Court of Human Rights were clear. You can't take people and forcibly inject a vaccine in their body. Of course you can't do that. But your right, this constitutional right, is not absolute. Although mandatory vaccination interferes with a person's right to integrity, but such interference may be justified if considered a necessity to control the spreading of infectious diseases. And that is exactly what the Minister of Health has been doing by the use of powers conferred on him by the Quarantine Act. He probably didn't read the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, but he knew sense that this was what the population required. The states must take appropriate steps to safeguard the lives of those within its jurisdiction. And that is a classical debate of the balance between the right of a citizen and the duty to protect others and to protect the public interest. And let me say, as I talk of this, let me have a word for the parents and children who have taken part in primary and secondary school level examinations. They have had no problem to respect our sanitary requirements as specified by the Minister of Education. They took their examinations without any problem, and I'm sure that many persons could try and learn and draw lessons from the praiseworthy conduct of our young people who understood from that age the necessity of protecting themselves. This is why all MPs, most I'm sure, vaccinated themselves when the turn came, because we don't want to contaminate others and we don't want to be contaminated by our neighbors. That is the whole issue. Let me add my congratulations to those children who passed their exams. As I talk of children, I think I should have a word on the exchanges, the sad exchanges between the Honourable fourth member for Vauquois-Floréal and the Honourable Minister for Gender Equality, third member for Piton-Rivière-du-Rempart, on the question of the children at the CDU. I've listened to the Honourable fourth member for Grande-Rivière Nord-Ouest and Port-Louis West, who made a passionate plea on that CDU issue. I have also, and I'm sure many of us have heard stories on the forcible removal of children to the family. This must be addressed, but it must be addressed in a dispassionate way. It is not a partisan issue, and it is certainly not a question of personalities. It is a question which relates to our children. As the minister said, it's 1/3 of our population. I discount the exaggerations which are made one part of the other, but when we average this, what we hear, it is clear that there is a problem in shelters, in the way children are taken. I saw a video which was astounding of an officer doing cook cassiette or cook galoupé with a child, taking her forcibly to be removed to a shelter. I watched a press conference of the director of the CDU, and I was surprised by the unsavory attacks she made on certain members of the legal profession. That is not in keeping with the very high standards which civil servants normally display in public and in private. I hope that we will recover from this acrimonious exchange and that we will try and put together our minds to see whether there is a problem, first of all, and if there is a problem, how to cure it. For the moment, I believe we could try and see if there cannot be a review mechanisms to review any decision taken by CDU officers who mostly act in good faith and make recommendations on case-by-case basis. So let's not forget, if a family or a mother or father is aggrieved by a decision of a CDU officer, I've checked, it costs at least 50,000 rupees to go to court. People don't have that money. So children are left in shelters when they should not be put in shelters and in conditions which, if I hear what everybody says, are deplorable. Let me take the opportunity to express my gratitude to health personnel, police staff, and other officers, frontliners, supermarket employees, transport employees, bus conductors who work in these very difficult times. Now I come back to the vaccine. In order to get money to buy vaccines, the Minister of Finance is going to make us 2 rupees per litre of mogas and diesel, whatever it is. Well, somebody has got to pay for vaccination, vaccinating the population. And we've already seen the budget deficit. And the state has got what is now established to be a constitutional duty to protect life through a thorough and efficient vaccination campaign. And this is what the Minister of Finance, together with the Minister of Health, are trying to do in this budget. The COVAX initiative, led by the WHO, will assist us, but in a very minor way. G7 has pledged 1 billion vaccine. 4 days ago, Gordon Brown told us that the G7 summit, I quote, will be remembered as an unforgivable moral failure because the G7 had failed to finalize a plan to vaccinate the world against COVID. And the next question will be whether vaccination should not be liberalized, just as the flu jab. Well, allow the pharmacies to buy vaccines and to vaccinate people at a cost, of course, at a price, regulated or not, But at least we do not put the stress on our health services only. We allow it to pharmacies or private practitioners, as it is done in many countries of the world, to purchase their vaccines from their wholesalers, and they sell it for whatever the amount costs. It's 300 rupees in clinics now, probably 600 rupees. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic will be defeated. Sooner or later, rather sooner than later. Last year, the Minister of Finance, in paragraph 20 of his budget speech, predicted that we would rise together to what he called the new normal. I note how the Prime Minister of Singapore a few weeks ago has used the same phrase, the new normal. That is, the Prime Minister said it in a press conference, we are going to live with the virus. But we have longer-term issues. Sustainable development, flood flashes, dry seasons, prolonged dry seasons, coastal erosion, mounting waves, all these. Now we have measures in the budget which put an enormous amount of money, billions of rupees, in matters to protect the sustainable development of Mauritius. And we must go much further. Pesticides. Let us make our let's strive and make our country a pesticide-free country and not a pesticide-controlled country. So that, well, when somebody comes to Mauritius, he knows that when he's eating vegetables, he knows what is the sort of vegetable he's eating. I turn now to the Honourable First Member of Constituency Number 2, who said that this government, and it is his traditional mantra now on every budget speech, to speak of the defunct MID with some nostalgia. I understand him. But I do not share his views. Nobody killed MID. MID died by itself. It died a natural death. The MID could not have survived within a government that was promoting city power. These two are antinomous. One, you are Maurice Durable, and the next day you are coal generation. So you could not have survived with this. And in fact, I come to this interview of Joël de Ronet, Professor Joël de Ronet, 21 Mai 2014. Je suis déçu, frustré et inquiet. Côté gouvernement travailliste, malgré un affichage médiatique et politique parfois important, des actions en profondeur ne sont pas entreprises. On se contente d'annonces dépourvues de suivi pratique. This is not an opponent, this is not les PEP talking. This is Professor de Ronet talking of MID. So, let us put that, it is 7 years ago, let us put that in the past and look to the future, and the budget contains several measures which are worthy of debate on, and I'm sure on occasion arising, the debate will be held. I have heard also the protest on the extension of the MRT, call it metro, tram, train, whatever you want to call it. But this is, we've gone down that route a long time when we started the Rosehill-Port-Louis line. Today, the people of Quatre-Bordes are anxiously waiting for next Sunday because they want to see at least, at long last, because they've seen our people of Rosehill in my constituency have benefited from the metro. They want also to benefit from the metro, and they're waiting next Sunday. There will be the inauguration, and we will have a proper network. quite réduit Eben are adequately served by bus transport. There is no quarrel about this. But that doesn't mean that the metro cannot also serve as a greener mode of transport to serve what is, after all, the education hub of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I will try and curtail my speech to make up for time taken previous to me. I'm a better speech planner than my predecessor on the floor. He could do speech planning as he does town planning, but I will conclude. I will, of course, conclude by regretting the absence of Sir Anirudh Jagannath. It is, I've heard, the very fitting tribute paid by Honorable Buddha. Yes, it is true. I understand, Honorable Buddha, the very difficult tightrope walking exercise to do. And we are engaged in a paradigm shift, yes. It's true, we all share the same dream of a COVID-free, drugs-free, corruption-free, etc. We need to bolster our institutions. We will do that. It is on the record, the government is there, the Prime Minister is there as witness to the fight which our institutions are engaging. How did it happen that the police got hold of that huge amount of drugs? It means that the Yatsu is efficient, or else these whatever billions of drugs would have been on the market today. So, of course, there is much to be done on the race course, and let's not forget one thing. The mafia is always one step ahead in all countries of the world. You catch up with them after some time, because we have to protect human rights, we have to make sure that there is a fairness in investigations, and we have to modernize our investigation techniques when they have already modernized their own techniques. Mr. Speaker, I have done. I hope the best for our financial situation in the next year, and I'm sure it will be what Honorable Buddha called a huge paradigm shift for Mauritius. I have done.
At this stage, I ask the Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable Ramkon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, having obtained your permission, I begin my speech with profound respect and gratitude to the Father of the nation, Sir Anirudh Jagannath, former President, former Prime Minister, and man of the soil who passed away on Thursday, 3rd June 2021. We shall remember him as an immortal hero of the soil, one of the architects of modern independent Mauritius, paving the roadmap for independence of this island, father of economic development in the 80s, visionary, and that person near and dear to all. My family and myself would like to convey our humble respect to Lady Sarojini Jagannath, our Prime Minister, and family for having always been by his side. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the nation lockdown imposed due to the coronavirus pandemic caused an economic slowdown, the impact of which is quite significant. resulting in such a contraction in our economy. To come out of extraordinary circumstances, it is often required to take extraordinary measures. To deal with the economic slowdown due to lockdown following COVID pandemic, it was evident for the Minister of Finance to provide significant budget for the development and construction such that the maximum workers be recruited in the construction industry and helping in the alleviation of the poverty. Over the past year, we have experienced a very different life. The epidemic has aggravated the economic recession. Face masks have become a daily necessity, and we have spent more time at home, but having fewer opportunities to gather with our relatives and friends. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, year 2020 has become over common memory now. The epidemic has made us realize that globalization is not only a driving force for economic development, but also key victory in the fight against viruses and epidemics. No place on earth can stay aloof and remain unaffected. Only with certain efforts we have successfully beat this pandemic of the century that has plagued the whole world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the presentation of the budget is always a D-Day for a country, and ours happened to be on the 11th of June 2020 for the financial year 2021 and 2022. More than 1 year has elapsed since the pandemic. COVID-19 is causing unprecedented havoc to the world economy. In this context, each and every country is handling its socio-economic battle in its own way by taking into consideration the new normalcy. In his speech, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development has epitomized the budget 2021-2022 with 3 R's: relance, reprise, et résilience. This is so because perhaps the Minister of Finance had the 4th R, that is Rambo, high in the back of his mind during the course of the budgetary exercise. I express my kudos to the Minister of Finance for the lots of measures announced for implementation during the course of the financial year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, under the actual circumstances where the world is undergoing the worst of time, I believe the budgetary proposals as enunciated are most welcome to pave the way forward. Investment of 65 billion rupees for public infrastructural works spanning over 3 years, coupled with social measures, sundry aids and assistance schemes to the enterprises and employees are not only humane, but also challenging. Compared to the last year's budget, this budget enables a more positive outlook with the availability of vaccines. The budget measures recovery, revival, and resilience is the expectation of vaccination being the game changer. Amidst prospects of strong recovery globally, as stated by the Finance Minister, the measures are centered around an economic agenda resting on 3 pillars: boost the investment, shaping a new economic architecture, restoring confidence. Key to this are massive investments in public infrastructure, strengthening social protection and opening up the economy. Significant infrastructural projects have been announced relating to land drainage, improving the road network, social housing, building of additional sports and recreational facilities, as well as projects targeted to general establishment of Mauritius. This will impact positively on the construction sector with a linkage to consumption. Out of the 65 billion rupees, it is noted that 11.7 billion rupees for a nationwide flood management program for the 3 consecutive financial years spearheaded by the Land Drainage Authority. Honorable Nandubada just stated that the budget earmarked for Land Drainage Authority is too much for them to execute the projects. But can you imagine for 3 years it's 11.7 billion rupees, and per year it should be 3.9 billion rupees and divided into 21 constituencies. I think it is just the amount that has been given to the whole country, including Rodrigues. In this budget includes 559 million rupees for constituency number 4 and 872 million rupees for major drain works for constituency number 5. Constituents from Chitrakoot, Vallée des Prêtres, Saint-Croix, Crèvecoeur, Kongoma, Rister, and Terre-Rouge of constituency number 4, and constituents from Béditombo, Pointe-au-Piment, Terre-Rouge, and Pamplemousses for constituency number 5 have always had confidence in this government, and they were sure that these projects already under final design stage and tender stage will be floated in days to come. Project values for more than 200 million rupees has already been awarded in this financial year for the construction of an attenuation basin at Belsouz, Pamplemousses, which will collect all runoff from Mont Piton catchment area, and this runoff will be channeled through proper drains to Canal de la Villebague near motorway M2. This will spare residents of Pamplemousses and Avenue Belsouz from future flooding. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, construction of drains remind me of a statement made on a daily press by the ex-Minister of Environment and National Development Unit, Mr. Anil Bechu, from the previous Labour Party government. He stated that his government has already completed all the drains during their mandate. Residents from Piton, Gokula, Amitié, Côtés, and Rivière-du-Remport can confirm how many times these regions have been flooded after the construction of these inadequate drains. As PPS for constituencies number 5, 6, and 7, under the leadership of our visionary Prime Minister, Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnnath, during the previous mandate, adequate sized drains have been constructed in these localities, including that of Fondisac, and now we are sure that these localities will not be affected anymore. Residents of Narayanan Lane, Terre-Rouge, Cité-Roma, Cité-la-Cure, Moselle-Marafray, Le Hocher will rejoice that drains are already under construction in these regions. Other projects already awarded in constituency number 5 are the road widening, health track and drain works at Jouvence d'Épinay, and a health track along bypass Triolet. The mission statement of the National Development Unit falling under the Ministry of Public Infrastructure and Community Development, so it's National Infrastructure and Community Development, with our colleague Minister Oriram being, and I quote, bring the benefits of socio-economic development to the doorstep of people and protect the population from flooding and natural disaster, end of quote. This government is bringing development to the doorstep of every resident of this republic. A very long list of projects have been proposed for this financial year, and projects shortlisted for constituencies under my responsibility are as follows: 72 road projects, 42 drain projects, and 6 amenities for constituency number 4, 48 road projects, 28 drain projects, 13 amenities for constituency number 5. Without, of course, forgetting the multi-sports complex Triolet Arena, for which a sum of 225 million rupees have been provided. Regarding this same project, le député correctif de la circonscription numéro 3 avait mentionné que c'était dans le mandat du gouvernement précédent, 2014, et ce projet était déjà sur leur agenda. I would like to inform him to go and check in how many budget features the multipurpose complex at Triolet appears. And it is only just before the election of 2014, they could manage to put a signboard that the multipurpose construction will be held at that place. As proposed, the atmosphere is conducive to ensure economic growth to the tune of 9% for fiscal year 2021-2022. Among others, the budget also makes the following proposals which have been highly acclaimed by the population. Setting up of 12,000 logements sociaux costing 12 millions targeted within 3 years and numerous housing schemes. On this item, as an engineer, we know how a project is implemented. We are talking about 12,000 houses, and you require land for that. And compulsory acquisition of land will, of course, take time. After acquisition of land, we have already the consultants for the design and tendering stages. So it's not that it can be constructed within a day or a financial year. I still recall in constituency number 5, there's a Cité Lonzeur and Cité Tulle, constructed in 1994 after Cyclone Olanda. This government under Sanewu Jagnat constructed the Lonzeur Tulle as a temporary shelters for these 150 families were there. And after that, the last time, Honorable First Member of Constituency number 2 said he has been here for the 4 mandates, the recent 4 mandates. But being here for the 4 mandates does not mean great. And you could imagine the situation these people who are living in Bejitombo. It is only when we came in 2014 we started construction of houses for these 150 families. With the help of Honorable Sudan, which was there as Minister of Housing and Lands at that time, the Prime Minister, and now Honorable Stephen Obigadu, we have been able to construct all the houses. 96 of them have already been delivered. And the rest are going to be delivered soon. Other new and attractive measures to encourage investment from foreign investors, retirees, and professionals. Opening of frontier to eligible tourists as from 15th of July 2021 in the first instance. As from 1st October 2021, tourists who have been vaccinated against COVID-19 and holding a valid negative PCR test certificate will be allowed to enjoy their stay in Mauritius without restriction. In doing so, the tourism hotel sector will be endowed with a new lease of life. The air of prosperity will again blow in the atmosphere of the island. Launching launching of a series of training, apprentice professional formation, dual training programs against payment of monthly stipends as appropriate, graduate schemes or inter alia proposed to combat unemployment. Other proposals are proposals to recruit 4,450 persons in the public sector, funds to be made available in connection with the publication of the PRB report, massive consideration paid to the education, health, agriculture, gender equality, child development and family welfare, arts and cultural heritage, environment, local government, social security, social integration, youth and sports, ORIG, senior citizens, law and order, and metro operations, and several other sectors which fall under the purview of different ministries. During my discussions with my constituents, they have all appreciated the announcement of the two more pillars included in the economy, namely green and renewable sources of energy with target zero coal use by 2030 and production of vaccine and pharmaceutical products of industrial level. A sum of 1 billion has been earmarked. SMEs on the main pillar of the economy, and we welcome the initiatives of the government to support them in this precarious environment. Amongst others, the refund of salary compensation, amnesty of trade fees, grants, and interest-free loans will be very helpful. The extension of the tax arrears settlement scheme for SMEs up to 31st December 2021 remains an attractive measure. Hopefully, the Mauritius Revenue Authority will support taxpayers to take maximum profit of such incentives. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, members of the other side of the House have severally spoken on increase in debts which the Finance Minister has had recourse to. Under these exceptional circumstances, the ratio of debts to GDP will also increase as already indicated in the annex to the budget. Hope honorable members had also had a glance at the situation in other countries. Japan, 237% of the GDP. Venezuela, 214% of GDP. Sudan, 177% of GDP. And Greece, 117% of GDP. Do you think that those countries are going to crash or their finances are going to crash? I don't think so. We on this side of the House welcome the proposals of the budget, and we are confident that we shall work together to overcome the challenges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, even the Deputy Manager of the International Monetary Fund, Mr. Okamoto, made the following observations in the 2021 Public Debt Management Forum. The global outlook has improved dramatically thanks to the breakthrough of vaccine developments as well as extraordinary monetary and fiscal policies. Debt managers need to ensure everyone has a fair shot of receiving vaccine and benefiting from the recovery and achieving future goals. And lastly, he expressed the importance of debt transparency in these uncertain times. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would join the Deputy Manager to say that we have several challenges which seem very daunting. We shall all work together to exit the pandemic and return strong, sustainable, and with balanced growth. Ensemble tout possible. With these words, I thank honorable members for the attention.
Thank you very much. I see several members not wearing the mask properly. I see several members not wearing the mask properly. Honorable VPM. Honorable VPM. The mask. Thank you very much. Honorable Nagalingam.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Last year, when at around the same time, we started to engage into the debates on the Appropriation Bill 2020-2021. We were just out of confinement after having been completely shattered by the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, and we were mourning our losses. But we were also full of hope and optimism. We were cautiously confident that the future would be brighter and that the days after would be better. Since then, we have been on a sort of a roller coaster ride with ups and downs. We enjoyed every rare and envied COVID-safe end of 2020 and beginning of 2021 until we were hit by the second wave of the pandemic in March this year. This brings me to say that although from a historical perspective, the month of March is supposed to be joyous and festive for us, it may be time for us to start paying heed to the premonition and warning of Shakespeare's cobbler in Julius Caesar. Indeed, we may have to beware March. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have listened attentively to the Honourable Minister of Finance on Friday last, and I did last year, and I'm bemused. Last year's budget was supposed to be, I quote, la relance de l'économie, end of quote. It was the budget of structural reforms and of sustainable and inclusive development. It was the budget that was supposed to confront the new normal and get us out of the pandemic and into a new economic cycle. The Minister of Finance wishes to preserve the stability of the economy by evoking three words: recovery, revival, resilient. These are not magic words. We cannot win a battle on a mere slogan. The Minister of Finance should know that what is needed is hard work, discipline, integrity, creativity, and rigorous reform in our procedures and institutions. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Minister of Finance does nothing to inspire the population. None of this has happened, and therefore it is not out of place to say that last year's budget has been a disappointment, and I find it a much regrettable that the Honourable Minister of Finance has not been sufficiently honest to admit it outright. Instead, he pompously said that he has gone the extra mile and will continue to do so. You did not even take off, and you are talking about extra mile. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the preparation of my speech, I made a point of consulting the speech I gave in the House on 2020-2021 budget at this specific time last year. One observation jumped out at me. Nothing has changed in a year. The problems facing the country are the same today. The problem of unemployment have not been tackled. High prices affecting the population are still there. Drugs continue to spoil our lives. Corruption remains. Crime goes unpunished, and the list goes on. This budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, has done nothing but copy and paste measures already announced in previous budget or elsewhere and made them appear as new. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the 2021-22 budget is a compilation of measures already announced, a combination of small measures that are supposed to address to all constituencies in the country and traditional sectors
of political patronage. And the Minister of Finance knows it well that this budget is a disappointment, a daily image of a real budget, and even though we could not see the expressions on his face as he read the speech, we felt from his voice that he had no enthusiasm, no conviction. It was like he was reading a text in which he himself did not believe. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our population was expecting that the government takes appropriate measures to redress the economy. Government has done nothing to tackle the economic problem faced by the majority of the population. The rising cost of living caused by staggering prices of commodities have a crushing effect on the population. How to feed the family when the breadwinner cannot make the ends meet? The situation is already dramatic for the low-income group and is gradually affecting the middle-income group. There is not one single article which has not increased. Almost all basic products prices have increased, some by 10%, some by 50%, and some even by 100%. The situation is even worse as regard to the increase in the price of medical products. The population is suffering. Go and talk to the people outside, and they will tell you how difficult and painful it is for them. I think the Honourable Minister of Finance, has not sensed the pulse of the population to announce remedial action in his budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when the Minister says that the budget is low tax budget, having put taxes only on alcoholic beverages and cigarettes, is economically with the truth. In fact, the state through the MOA is collecting a lot more revenue on the application of VAT on the increased retail price. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the proposed budget for financial year 21-22 leaves me with an expression of déjà vu. I am sorry to say that the Honourable Minister is only repeating himself with his recovery, revival, resilient. These three words, key words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, were already in his speech last year. If he has any doubt about that, let me remind him. They were in the same order as follows. Economic recovery plan today, replaced by recovery. Major structural reform, replaced by revival. Sustainable and inclusive development, replaced by resilient. In addition, the budget of last year gave place of pride to the construction industry, which was supposed to be the catalyst for economic recovery. That, of course, did not happen. However, the cost of construction material has drastically gone up, thus making it less affordable for those at the lower level to construct or to renovate. For the coming financial year 21-22, again, emphasis is laid on construction projects. The drain rehabilitation is ambitious at the cost of 8.5 billion, but it is not realistic. And implementation is, as always, before with problem of capacity delays in escalating costs. Similarly, for road, public infrastructure in education and health and sewage, years after years, huge sums are appropriated, but the spending capacity remains slow and implementation is delayed, and in some cases, projects are abandoned. Upgrading our beaches or the implementation of community development projects are not new. Similarly, the conversion of youth recreational centers like Pointe Jérôme and Slare into national or regional outdoor education center lacks coherence and seriousness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a budget is not an exercise in discourse. It is not a grand oral. It is a tool, a plan, and a vehicle for socio-economic development. Unfortunately, this budget does not have a spirit or a common thread. It lacks both vision and destination. Measures are announced in a fragmented manner without coherence. I also wish to say something on the special fund, and it is a valid example of how sometimes good intention can turn into bad outcomes. In the past, we have had many of these, like the Maurice Girard Fund or the National Environment Fund, where again, the Honourable Minister of Finance is providing 2.2 billion in financial year 21-22. And now, all of a sudden, we see the creation of a modernization and transformation fund. I think I need to do justice to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for uncovering this matter. It seems that money is put in such fund as a budgetary measure, and then the condition and eligibility criteria are so rigid that very few organizations access this fund for development purpose. And we do not know what happens. Honorable Reza Yutim has also talked, and rightly so, about the 18 billion rupees which were put in a special reserve fund to finance the debt, and which, according to him, was not used for the purpose. On the question of COVID-19, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, vaccine, government is tardily doing what it ought to have done a long time back by giving itself the means to access vaccine internationally. It is late already and time to catch up. The fight against the COVID-19 pandemic is not an individual fight. It is the fight of the whole nation. We should stand united, not divided. In this respect, I humbly believe the contribution of the public towards the COVID-19 vaccination fund ought to have been symbolically rather than anything else. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is very sad for the country that this budget has not been able to bring some balm to all Mauritians, who not only are all victims of COVID-19, but who are suffering from acute unemployment. Daily increases in the price of consumer goods, the country was expecting some relief. It has, on the contrary, been hit more than once on the head with a new budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, what is more scandalous is the 2 rupees tax on petrol and diesel to supposedly finance the cost of vaccine. During the first confinement, certificates of urgency were given to purchase of drugs and medical equipment for the country. Close friends, government political cronies lavishly benefited from these contracts. At the end of the day, government has lost some $500 million rupees in these transactions. And today, without any pudeur, we come and ought to ask all citizens to pay for their vaccine. Another contradiction and short-sightedness of this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerns the proposal to deliver a 10-year work permit to foreign students. My friends already comment on this issue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the plain truth that comes out of this 2021-22 budget is that it recognizes the lack of seriousness in this government. How? We only have to register the number of times that the Economic Development Board is mentioned in the budget, some 12 times. That is almost every time a supposedly new economic proposal is formulated. EDB is now the new government, but EDB, Mr. Speaker, sir, is not, as far as we know, a democratically elected institution. How can then that it is called upon to perform what is government duties? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget is globally very poor. in his proposition, and is poorer still as far as local administration is concerned. For years now, I have personally tiré la sonnette d'alarme on the depth of our local administration institution, on the plan and of local democracy. This year, we have witnessed more political and administrative move and action to reduce the already weak powers and role of local administration, and this budget has gone the same way. Municipalities, district and village council, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, are considered as insignificant bodies and even as cumbersome bodies by central government. Our town and villages are slowly dying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, and this is intentionally planned by some people in government. History is here to prove our Mauritian administrators in local government institutions have contributed to the development and enhancement of our towns and villages. There were grassroots political representatives who responded brilliantly to the expectations of the citizen. They knew for whom they were working and at what end. Today is a feeling of pity that results when going through our towns and villages. It's desolation everywhere, and government is responsible for this. The new budget has once more forgotten our local government, and it is very sad, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, you will be surprised, and the House will be surprised also to learn that instead of giving sufficient fund and incentive to boost up the implementation of projects in local authorities, instead the government has taken all the money from the reserve fund of these local authorities. How can we expect that local authorities deliver in terms of project? For the last part of my speech, allowed me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to dwell on some issue pertaining to my constituency, Stanley Rosil, namely the state of roads, the drug problem, poverty, and law and order. For years, for months, I have been constantly, me and my colleague, Honorable Paul Béranger, drawing the attention of authorities concerned on the very bad state of road in Rosehill, more particularly the jungle that these roads were turned into after the CWA works. I put many PQs in this assembly. I talked to the press, to social media, and had numerous meetings with the inhabitants and of local authorities concerned. So many accidents occurred, and many vehicles are broken down due to the state of the road. Some days back, after the CWA has replaced the water pipes, the RDA has started repairs. And I insist they are repairs most of the time and not complete resurfacing, which should have been done. Those repairs will not last for long as the road will be damaged again. Only patching works are done and not resurfacing. And you say it's a question of budget. And since we are talking of budget, the Honourable Minister of Finance may have provided this year a complementary budget for the complete resurfacing of these damaged roads. Drugs problem and law and order. Stanley Rosil, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is spared by the problem of drugs and law and order. The problem is becoming more acute and represents much more nuisance to the lives of the local inhabitants. People feel in danger. People feel fear to walk on the street after dark. Today, only a little knowledge in chemistry, one can make a youngster a synthetic drugs producer. And this is what is happening actually in our country. In our constituency, me and Honorable Béranger, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the social problem resulting from the synthetic drug and its wide addiction among youngsters are more than dramatic. Families are broken. Wives and children are abandoned by their husbands and fathers. The number of young people aggressively asking for money in public is alarming. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, drugs are the enemies of ambition and hope. And when we fight against drugs, we are fighting for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I've reported this new phenomenon in the towns to authority concerned, but to my utmost deception, things are getting worse. Should a special brigade be put on foot to fight against this social problem and prevent it from taking more dangerous proportion? Another issue I want to raise, Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning my constituency, number 19, there has been a coordination committee chaired by the Mayor of Bobassan-Rosil on a daily basis during the implementation phase of Metro Express Phase 1. With all stakeholders, have the taxi operators been participating to those meetings? The concept has been to involve everyone in the new multimodal public transport system with the Metro Express, buses, main companies, individual operators, shuttles to connect all the region of Bobassan-Rosil and taxi operators. We know that the new Metro Express station of Rosil will be a new urban terminal project. We will request the promoter of such a project to see to it that the taxi system is fully integrated. There is a need for dialogue and consultation with the taxi operators so that they can participate in such a project. There will also be the disturbance during the period of construction later. We request that the hardship of taxi operators as well as their well-being is considered in any project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there has been a project to implement a cashless system in the public sector transport by the NTA. I believe that such a system will be very helpful to travelers using the different model of transport, the Metro Express, the bus industry, the Betel. I'm of the opinion that to integrate fully all stakeholders, such a cashless system should include all the operators, including the taxi operator. Thus, with only one smart card, a traveler will be able to use the Metro Express, all buses, and also the taxi to move from one place to another and increase mobility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm pleased to note that the Honourable Minister of Finance has retained in his budget a proposal that I made during my speech on 2020-2021 budget last year. I'm referring here to the proposal I make 1,000 arpents of cultivable land available to those who wish to start plantation. I said I call on the unemployed to register to be part of the cooperative group and lease a portion of land to be cultivated. Those chosen will benefit from training in agriculture and a non-refundable budget for the launch of their businesses. It is understood that these lands are leased at a nominal rate and must be returned to the state if not utilized. Mr. Speaker, sir, we kill two birds with one stone. We give jobs to the unemployed and we ensure our food security. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, sir, at paragraph 3 of his budget speech, the Minister of Finance said our priority are to protect lives and livelihood, maintain the production capacity, and preserve the stability of the economics. Can the budgetary measure help to achieve these objectives? I'm asking that question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we know from the different reports from the Director of Audit that projects management and implementation has always been the subject and severe criticism. Millions have been thrown down the drain because of corrupt practices non-compliance with procurement rules, and lack of accountability. How much money will again be wasted? The Minister of Finance briefly mentioned the setting up of a project implementation and monitoring agency without giving any detail on its structure, mandate, and staffing. Will the agency be given access to all files? Let us not forget that despite being the holder of a constitutional force, the Director of Audit complained in his last report that he was denied access to some file. Will the agency have more powers than the Director of Audit? What about much expected reform in the public service cash liabilities? Again, no word from the Minister of Finance in his budget speech. How do we moderate the public service to respond to the numerous COVID-19 challenges? We do not introduce the relevant reform. It is a service omission in the speech, in the budget speech, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The Minister of Finance, at paragraph 238, he speaks about the need to restore confidence. How does he win back the confidence that he has lost from last year's budget speech? The absence of reform will not help to restore confidence. On the contrary, it will inspire the public officers and the population. Talking about public sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, there should be fundamental reform at all levels. The public sector should be a mirror of our society and reflect the different communities forming part of our society. Reform should be brought in the recruitment process as well as in promotion exercise. The confidence of the population is sacred and must be earned by seriousness of purpose. I wish that the Minister of Finance takes stock of the weaknesses of his speech and the legitimate reaction of the population and come up with additional measures in his binding up speech to alleviate the burden of the low and middle income group. A few weeks back, the Minister of Finance, in one of his speeches, referred to the theory of creative destruction enunciated by a famous economist called Schumpeter. He may have been inspired by Schumpeter in his present budget speech, but I would wish him to be guided by the profound thought of the genius that Einstein was. He said, I quote, "The significant problems we face today cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at the time we created them." End of quote. Monsieur le Président, le mot crise veut aussi dire opportunité. COVID-19, tout en étant porteuse de bouleversements présents, aussi une occasion en or de revoir de fond en comble, après plus de 50 ans d'indépendance, notre conception très réductrice de la démocratie, nos institutions publiques, notre modèle économique et social, afin de nous réinventer en tant que nation face à un futur à construire. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nakshidi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Development for this budget. You know, prior to the speech of 11th of June, I was a bit worried. I was just asking myself, how is the Honorable Minister going to present and prepare this budget? What has he got in reserve for us. But I must say, I was again, and like several of our fellow citizens, amazed by the measures presented. The budget carries the following principles: expansion of opportunities for growth, new opportunities for the youth, new meaning to human resource, progress towards modernization, and new reforms. It is a proactive budget that provides a boost to wealth as well as wellness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when on Friday, everyone was pleasantly surprised by the measures announced, and all that without imposing any new tax, I personally believe that our friends on the other side of the House, at least this time, will be honest to themselves and the people they represent. But that is not the case, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Especially while going through the newspapers of Sunday, 13th of June, I saw the Honorable Boulel classified this budget as un budget sans tête. Malheureusement, il n'est pas présent dans la Chambre en ce moment. Sinon, j'aurais bien aimé lui fixer les regards pour voir s'il a une tête lui-même. Et s'il a vraiment une tête, s'il a vraiment quelque chose à l'intérieur.
Continue.
Monsieur le Président, il faut qu'on se rende compte, le leader de l'opposition a peut-être compté le nombre de têtes que l'honorable membre a. Mais malheureusement, moi, je ne l'ai pas fait. Si vous voulez. Monsieur le Président, il faut qu'on se rende compte que notre pays a été touché par des confinements avec des frontières fermées et une quasi-interruption dans nos échanges commerciaux internationaux et que notre économie en subit ses effets. Ce qu'on a besoin en ce moment, c'est une reprise. Et ce budget vient justement avec des mesures sociales et économiques. I also read in Le Mauricien, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, this time instead of counting the heads, stated the following. I quote, c'est un budget qu'il faut regarder et lire attentivement dans les détails, car connaissant ce gouvernement, c'est un discours rempli de mensonges, de faux projets et de fausses promesses. Fin de citation. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition can't believe that this government had been able to come with excellent measures, but he hasn't the guts to tell the truth? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, notwithstanding what the honorable members of the opposition have to say, the fact remains that for years to come, we will have to give consideration to the disruption caused by the COVID-19. I know the honorable members of the opposition are not too happy when we talk about the COVID-19, but the fact is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that history will remember the coronavirus pandemic as one of the biggest black swan events. The economic and social disruption caused by COVID-19 is expected to be far worse than that of the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, and perhaps might even beat the Great Depression of the 1930s. Whatever we do today, and even in the coming days, we have to consider the effect of the waves of the COVID-19. COVID-19 has impacted the entire humankind, and this budget brings forth Mauritius' self-belief. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, doesn't apply to us only, but it is a worldwide fact. We have gone through tough times in the past. We have been able to turn the corner and defy the darkest predictions, including those of the Nobel Prize winner in economics, the British James Smith, in 1961. The government is already on site. We realize that the task is not easy, but squaring the circle is our habit. At a time where other countries are thinking to go back where they were before the pandemic, we, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, are devising strategy with a clear roadmap to go beyond where we were. It is a time for us to strengthen resilience against future pandemics, like it was recommended in the last G7 summit held last weekend. We have to learn from the pandemic and look forward to promote future prosperity, tackle climate change, and champion global shared values. The objective of the government through this budget has been to put all Mauritians together, better together. Our priority was only to make sure that we come up with a budget which will help the recovery. I think, honestly speaking, the Honorable Minister of Finance has come with a meaningful and impactful budget in a situation where the contraction has been more than what you predicted. To save the life of our citizens, courageous measures have to be taken, and the debt to GDP ratio is high, we admit. But we managed to contain our unemployment. Our government has a duty to not only encourage investment, but also motivate its people on self-reliance. We have been talking lots on globalization, and the world being one but one village. The upturning of the pandemic did not spare that as well. This emergency has shown that countries are on their own. At the beginning of the crisis, countries shut their borders and focused on their own survival. It is the need of the hour that we start the value addition to our land and human resources and take the country to new heights. A land of achievers and of achievements we can achieve. I acclaim the measures concerning the agricultural sector. In addition to various measures announced to sustain the sugar industry, the Honorable Minister did also come with several measures to enhance our non-sugar agricultural production. Measures such as providing 36 million to renew the fleet of tractors of the Agricultural Management Unit under the MCIA, extending the benefit from the Land Mechanization Support Scheme to planters having recourse to MCIA-registered private tractor operators. Grant of 10,000 rupees on the purchase of tea harvesters. Maintaining the winter allowance to tea growers. Not only maintaining the 50% subsidy on prices of potato and onion seeds, but extending it to seeds for the production of garlic and pulses. These are measures, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, that will help us to become self-reliant. The issue of 500 additional fishermen cards, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is an opportunity to make efficient use of our seas and its resources. While I am going through this measure, my late grandfather came to my mind, who used to jokingly say the following line in Bhojpuri. He said, "Ligba parba bhuke pet marba, machi marba bharpet khaiba." Qui veut littéralement dire, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Vice-président, que celui qui s'adonne à la pêche pense toujours à sa faim. Our agenda is not and should not be about the pandemic, but rather about the world that is coming into being as a result of the pandemic and, more importantly, our responses to it. The government's priority and our Honorable Prime Minister ideology is to take care of the people at the bottom of the pyramid and at the same time respect wealth creators. La croissance post-Covid-19, Monsieur le Vice-président, passera par la productivité. Our economy was showing signs of flickering life in January 2020, and we now see itself bracing itself due to the global disruption. The positive news of 1.6% GDP growth in the March quarter over the same period last year has already been superseded by the second COVID wave. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for us to move forward, for us to implement the budgetary measures, it is important that we contain the pandemic, as we said, seule solution, vaccination. Vaccination is a game changer. Our government did a lot and is incumbent to do more, whether be it in terms of preserving employment or working towards an economic growth. In such a situation, the financing of vaccine shall be a solution and not a problem. In order to bear the cost in a sustainable manner, the Honorable Minister of Finance announced the introduction of a levy of 2 rupees per litre of fuel for the purchase of vaccines. For this laudable act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our population will pay the price of 50 rupees 40 cents per litre of mogas, and diesel will be sold at 37 rupees. And that will be as from 1st July 2021. Some people, including some honorable members of the opposition, are against the increase in price of these two commodities. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the price of mogas and diesel were at 52 rupees 25 cents and 43 rupees 95 cents, respectively, in July 2014. And at that time, they were happy. That was the time during the on and off period. It was a time where there was a cause. Honorable Shakil Mohammed even added and assumed that further taxes will be added on these commodities so that the government can collect funds for Betamax. At a time when we are talking of a tax-free budget, they are becoming Betamax-free because several of the honorable members of the opposition were party to the deal. Like the leader of the opposition, he was in government in 2005 when the deal was made. He was in the government in 2015 when the contract was terminated, and this morning he's criticizing. Mon même donné, mon même cassé, mon même critiqué. This is a type of opposition we have. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, such a statement coming from someone who kept quiet when we were asked to pay for hedging is shocking. At that time, he had nothing to say. In a PNQ raised on the 26th of March 2013 by the then leader of opposition, Honorable Ganu, the then Minister of Industry, Commerce and Consumer Protection, Honorable Kader Said Hossain, replied, I quote, I'm informed by the STC that hedging losses amounted to 4.739 billion in July 2009. The interest paid on lines of credit used to repay the hedging losses amounted to 237 million. End of quote. And that was in 2013. Today, we are in 2021. Those experts on the other side of the house can calculate the net present value of this amount. I'm sure the NPV of 4.739 billion 12 years after will be much more than that. At that time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he had nothing to say. He kept quiet. I mean, the Honorable Shakil Mohammed. He kept quiet. And today, he asks us to show allegiance to our country first and party last. He did not walk his talk when his party was putting his own people first. He was putting his party first when they were not able to even handle a simple epidemic. So this is the type of opposition we have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Very selective in action and decision. Honorable Shakil Mohammed again claimed that this budget is on assumptions. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, all budgets are based on assumptions. Budgets are predictions and assumptions based on certain conditions. However, Honorable Shakil Mohammed, rusé comme le renard qu'il est, seems to forget that we are not in a normal situation. In such a situation, this government has preserved employment. He wants us to talk about employment. So here we go. The honorable member was the Minister of Labor in 2013, when people in my constituency were losing their jobs in the hotel sector after serving for 25 and 30 years. At that time, he was happy about it. And he was part of such inhumane decisions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, since last year, we are, and not only us, but the whole world in a period of crisis. We had 2 lockdowns. 2 times our country was at a standstill. And when I listened to Honorable Utim, it seemed to me that he's not aware of this fact. He doesn't seem to be aware that the whole world went and is still going through a turmoil. As he listed several projects, which according to him were announced in the last budget and have still not been realized. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the honorable member should know that projects take time. Let me take the example of 12,000 social houses. He has cunningly tried to show that nothing is being done. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, despite the pandemic, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, in a specific matter during the adjournment session of 20th April 2021, went in all depth and breadth to explain where we stand on the roadmap. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me go back to 2009. On Tuesday, 24th of November 2009, while commenting on the then budget, Honorable Shakil Mohammed, the then 3rd member of constituency number 13, Rivière des Anguilles and Souillac, thanked the then Minister of Finance for announcing that there will be a national stadium in that constituency. Today, we are in 2021. Where is a stadium? This is only one of those such projects only announced, Mr. Deputy Speaker, during those dark days when the Labour Party and the PMSD were in power. And the honorable member, in the session of 20th June 2019, with a similar argument, he came to this house and asked the then government, where are the bicycles? Where are the motorcycles? Where are the tires? Où sont les jantes? And I won't go any further, because I got some decency for those people who are listening to us at this very point of time. Mr. Honorable Utim did not see any anguilles sous roche at that time, when Honorable Shakil Mohammed was looking for Zant. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, these are things that happen. Conditions change, assumptions change. In the current context, we must accept some sacrifice and expect better days ahead. In my constituency number 9, Flac Bonacre, for instance, we were expecting a swimming pool, but today we can't afford it. But let's work together. Let's work for our country, and I am pretty sure that the days will come when the constituency will have his swimming pool. However, I would like to thank the Minister of Finance, as despite the fact that the members on the other side of the House have been shouting effet d'annonce, but in my constituency, I'm happy to see that the modern hospital announces a lost budget has started. The M4 motorway has started, and even other infrastructure projects are due to start. I visited the Public Procurement Office website and saw that the tender of KD flyover is under adjudication, so projects are moving. The opposition is talking of sugarcoating. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this government is sugarcoating, but we are only sugarcoating Smarties, because after the sugarcoating is over in Smarties, you still got the chocolate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. When they were in power, it was then that sugarcoating was used to coat the bitter measures. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sorry, I'm promoting you every time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have still not forgotten, and neither the people of this country have forgotten, when breads were snatched from primary school students, when interest on saving were taxed, when the financial support for school certificate and higher school certificate examination fees were cancelled. That was sugarcoating, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Does it matter? The government is going to pay for your treatment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Labour Party government has committed crimes against us. And this reminds me of William Shakespeare in Macbeth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, where Lady Macbeth repents on the murder of King Duncan and says, and this applied to the Labour and PMSD government, all the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. By coming here, yelling and shouting, you're not going to make people forget what you have done. The opposition, especially Honorable Bhagwan and Honorable Kishore Jival, who is scared that he might get diabetes, are more concerned about horse racing and nothing else. Interesting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, if it's not horse racing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, lots of measures have been announced which will really bring relief to our fellow citizens. And here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am thinking of measures like which have been announced for the country as a whole, and there are certain measures which concern my constituency number 9. Allow me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to convey my heartfelt thanks to the Minister of Finance for that. As the Minister of Finance mentioned, that the risk of flood can never be fully eliminated, but we need to build up resilience to flash floods and cyclones. And 401 million rupees has been earmarked for the construction of drains in Central Flag, Thursday Flag, and Queen Victoria. The government's commitment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on water supply, construction of service reservoirs at Salazi and Obui, and replacement of 300 kilometers of defective pipes are going to further relieve the inhabitants of East in regards to water supply. Housing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is said that the lack of affordable housing is the foundation of many social problems, including poverty, homelessness, educational disparities, and health care. Shortage of housing, particularly social and genuinely affordable housing, does create social problems. And the government is adamant on providing affordable houses to our citizens, and some of the additional 2025 social houses will be constructed at Orji. Construction of roads, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is something with the former government, the Labour and PMSD government mismanaged. And it's interesting that I remind the House that in a reply to a PNQ on the 24th May 2016, Honorable Boda mentioned the following, I quote, "The road decongestion program is one of the most important road infrastructure projects ever embarked by any government. It will lay the foundation of a modern Mauritius and will help to alleviate the road traffic congestion problem." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sorry again for that. Even if he has now left the road himself, but the team is continuing on his journey to modernize the country. And the M4 project, a motorway between Bel Air and Forbach, will definitely provide a good road network in the east. This is what we call un projet de société, Monsieur le Vice-président. Lorsque l'honorable Boda était tout près de vous, je crois qu'il était au premier rangé, tout près de vous, à ce moment-là, il n'avait aucun projet de société à nous proposer. Et là, lorsqu'il était là, il n'avait aucun projet de société à nous proposer parce qu'il avait toujours la tête baissée, les yeux fermés. Et là, même qu'il est bien loin de vous, toujours la tête baissée et les yeux fermés, et tout d'un coup, il commence à parler de projets de société. Mais l'honorable membre, he should have had proposed his soi-disant projet de société in the cabinet and other platforms, not at Code on Arts, and definitely not on platform d'opposition. Construction of road between Dubreuil and Montagne Blanche, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will be widely used by the inhabitants of the East. Moga project in Flac is a long-awaited project. Children playground, mini soccer pitches, football grounds, gymnasium, and other projects under the Community Development Program is a vision and legacy of Sir Anirudh Jagannath, who as a Prime Minister filled the gap between the urban and rural areas of our island. Bringing such facilities in rural areas is a bright way of paying tribute to that great man of vision, Sir Anirudh Jagannath. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to foster an economic recovery, we need investment. And investment in our economy is dependent on our business environment. A regulatory impact assessment bill will be introduced so as to prepare the required infrastructure for investment. The green energy industry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will be a new economic pillar that will boost our economy and also create new job opportunities. The plan is to use our renewable resources to produce our own energy, and ultimately the use of coal will be totally phased out before 2030. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to add a few words on the government's vision to make home ownership affordable for all. The construction of a house is the most expensive investment for a lot of our fellow citizens. We also realize the ownership of a house provides a dignity to a person, and this is one of the basic human needs. Putting it in the language of Bollywood, it is a roti, kapra, or makan. That is food, clothing, and housing. An individual buying a house, apartment, or land to construct his residence in the financial year 2021-2022 will benefit from a refund of 5% of the cost of the property up to a maximum of 500,000 rupees. Si l'honorable Boulel aurait été là, j'aurais posé la question, est-ce que c'est toujours un budget sans tête? Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to conclude with those measures concerning our citizens who are in need. The grant to NGOs running SANI schools will be increased from 138 million to 151 million. An increase from 5,400 to 6,000 for the basic grant component in the grant in aid formula for each student. An increase in the meal allowance for students attending SANI schools from 60 rupees to 75 rupees per day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, those our citizens who need overseas treatment, the eligibility criteria, which was 50,000 rupees per household income, will be increased to 100,000 rupees. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I don't have unlimited time like the Honorable Leader of the Opposition had for his intervention, and the list of excellent measures is too long, and I won't be able to touch all the measures, nor to refute all the demagogies. But I am happy to see that despite the difficult situation, despite all those obstacles, despite various la mort, despite various levées de coups de poing, we are making our way to take our country to a new height. The government can't stop the rain, but it can provide you an umbrella to stand the rain. That's what this budget is, an umbrella. Late Abdul Kalam said that confidence may not bring success, but gives us power to face any challenge in life. And this government is facing the challenge with confidence. We are going to BBB. BBB is not about the three honorable members of the opposition who were expelled lately, Honorable Béranger, Bagwan, and Boulel. In fact, it's a resolution of the last G7 summit, which is building back better. That's our plan, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to be BBB. Thank you for your attention. Long live Mauritius.
Thank you very much. We'll break for 1 hour dinner.